Potter read What If Harry walked into Gringotts at age 5 and a forgotten founder's vault declared him the last heir of Merlin. If you enjoy this story, please like, comment, and subscribe to Potter Read for more dark Harry Potter fantasy fiction. Hit the bell to be notified of new chapters. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Vanished. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of old wood, dust, and the spider that had built a web in the upper corner 3 weeks ago. Harry knew the spider's web well. He could trace its threads with his finger if he held very still, and the moonlight from the gap under the door fell at the right angle. Tonight there was no moonlight. There was only the sound of his uncle moving in the kitchen, and the slow drip of the bathroom tap upstairs that nobody ever fixed, because nobody ever fixed anything in this house unless Aunt Petunia decided it should be fixed. Harry had been 5 for 2 months and 3 days. He kept the count in his head because nobody else kept it for him. The number was one of the things that belonged to him. The spider was another. The duck-shaped tea stain on the hallway carpet was a third. He had a small list of things, all small, all his, and on bad nights he ran the list like beads through his fingers, and the running of it kept him on the right side of crying. Today had been a school day. He liked school days. School smelled of crayons and floor polish and the warm bread of other children's lunches. There was a girl in his class who had a red ribbon in her hair, and she had once given him half of her apple, and he had carried the kindness in his chest all the way home and lost it the moment Aunt Petunia had opened the door. She had taken one look at his pocket. She had asked if he had been begging. He had not known what begging was. She had explained it with a slap and sent him to the cupboard, and the cupboard had been the cupboard. The half apple, untouched, had stayed in his coat. He had eaten it slowly in the dark, one careful bite at a time, and made it last almost an hour. Tonight there was no apple. Dudley had broken a lamp. Harry had not. That distinction, in the country of number 4, was a foreign language nobody at the table spoke. The kitchen sound stopped. A chair scraped back. Heavy footsteps on the linoleum. Harry sat up so quietly that even the spider did not stir. He had learned that the body could become very small when it needed to. He had learned to hold his breath for stretches that surprised him later, and he had learned to count, because counting kept the noise of his own thoughts down so that he could hear what was happening in the rest of the house. Tonight he counted to 7 before the cupboard door rattled and a fist hit it from the other side. Boy. He swallowed. His throat hurt. He had not had water since the morning, and the morning had come with a slap and an empty bowl, because Dudley had wanted seconds and Dudley had got them. Boy. Open this door. There was no opening it from the inside. Harry knew that. The latch was on the outside. So this was a test, and he had failed plenty of tests before to know what came next. He pulled himself further back against the wall and put his hand on the spider's web because the web was his and the wall was his and these things were small but they were his. The latch slid. The door opened. Vernon Dursley filled it like a tide, broad and dark-faced, the smell of beer cutting under the kitchen smell of cabbage. There was a leather belt looped once around his right hand and the buckle hung loose, and that was how Harry knew tonight was a belt night and not an open-handed night. Out. Harry came out. He kept his eyes on the carpet because eyes on the carpet were safer than eyes on the face. The carpet had the duck-shaped tea stain. He had named the duck Henry once, when he was 4, and then forgotten it, and now the name came back to him like a small gift in the worst moment of his week. Behind Vernon, in the kitchen archway, Aunt Petunia stood with her arms folded. She did not look at Harry. She looked at the wall just over Harry's left shoulder, which was the way she had always looked at him, and on her face was the careful blankness of a woman who had decided long ago that she would not see what was about to happen and so would not have to remember it later. Dudley was behind her, eating something out of a bowl. He watched Harry over the rim of the bowl with the slow interest of a child watching ants. "You broke the lamp." "I didn't, Uncle Vernon." "You're calling me a liar in my own house?" "No, sir." "Then you broke the lamp." The lamp had been broken by Dudley, who had thrown a remote control at it because the cartoon was over and he did not want it to be over. Aunt Petunia had said nothing. Dudley had been given a biscuit. Harry had been put in the cupboard, and in the cupboard he had counted, and counting had carried him through dinner time and past it. Yes, sir. Yes, what? I broke the lamp. The first strike landed across the back of his thighs. Harry had known it was coming and he had braced, and bracing was a thing he had taught himself because nothing else helped. The second came across the small of his back where his shirt had ridden up. The third missed and clipped the edge of the wall and Vernon swore and corrected, and the fourth was the one that opened the skin. A new sound came out of Harry. Not a scream. He did not scream anymore. It was a high thin wire of breath that he had not given permission to leave his mouth, and it caught his uncle's attention because Vernon hated that sound more than any other sound Harry made. What did I tell you about that whining? Sorry. 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 Stop sniveling. Harry tried. His face was wet. He didn't know when it had got wet. The buckle came down again and this time the world bent. It was not a thing he had words for. The hallway went sideways. The wallpaper, with its tiny green trellis pattern that he had counted so many nights to keep himself company, became a long blur. The lamp that had not been broken stood in its place by the umbrella stand, and Harry looked at it because looking at it made him feel something hot and hard and close to anger, and he did not know what anger was for, but he knew it lived in his stomach now and it had been growing. He thought, quite clearly, with a part of himself that had no business being clear in a moment like this, I do not want to be here. He thought it again, harder, like a fist closing around the words. I do not want to be here. The next strike did not land. There was a crack like a wet branch breaking. The hallway was gone. The smell of cabbage was gone. The wallpaper was gone. Cold air punched into Harry's lungs. He fell, and the falling was longer than a fall in a house, and he hit something hard and uneven and rolled. He came to a stop on his side. He breathed in slow because breathing fast made the stripes on his back light up. He put his hand out. Wet. Stone. Stone with pebbles. He opened his eyes. Stars overhead. Not many. The orange wash of city lights drowning most of them. A shape in the corner of his vision that resolved itself into a metal bin, dented at the rim, full of crumpled paper and the faint reek of cooking oil. He was in an alley. The alley was narrow. At one end he could see a slice of street with the headlights of a passing car cutting across it. At the other end the alley turned and disappeared into a deeper dark. Where, Harry said, and his voice came out as a whisper because there was nothing else available to him, where am I? No answer. He lay there for a long time. The wet on the stone was his own. He felt his shirt where the buckle had opened him and his fingers came away dark. There was an ache in him that was bigger than the cuts and the bruises, an ache that had no place in his body, and he understood after a while that it was the ache of being somewhere he had never been before with no road back. He thought about Privet Drive. The cupboard. The duck-shaped tea stain. The thought made his stomach clench and he pushed it away because he did not want to go back, and the not wanting was a new shape and he would have to look at it later. He stood. The world tilted. He braced a hand on the wet brick wall and waited until the tilt stopped. Then he walked. In the kitchen at number 4, Petunia Dursley was screaming. Vernon stood in the hallway with the belt in his hand and the buckle still wet and said the same word 3 times, where, with the rising note of a man who had remembered, for the first time in a long time, that the world was capable of doing things to him that he could not undo. He looked at the spot on the floorboards where his nephew had been standing. There was nothing there. There was no smoke, no scorch, no dent. There was a small smear of blood on the wallpaper. Vernon stared at it. He stared at it for an unreasonable length of time. Then he wiped it off with the cuff of his shirt. He folded the belt and put it in the kitchen drawer where it lived. He went into the parlor, sat in his chair, and turned the television on. The television showed a program about gardening. He watched the program without seeing it. Beside him, Petunia, who was no longer screaming, was looking at the place where the lamp by the umbrella stand had been. The lamp was on the floor. The lamp had not fallen. The lamp had been pulled, gently, off its stand in the moment Harry had vanished, and laid on the carpet on its side with the cord coiled neatly under the shade. Petunia looked at the lamp. She looked at her husband. She did not speak. She would not speak for a great many days. The alley fed into a wider alley, and the wider alley fed into a side street that narrowed again before it opened to a busier road, and Harry moved through these like a small dark fish through unfamiliar water. He did not know London. He had heard the word the way one hears the word ocean. He had thought it meant something hard and bright. The London he was standing in was old and damp, and the lamps burned a weaker yellow than he had imagined. A man walked past him with a folded newspaper under one arm. The man did not look at Harry. A woman walked past in the other direction with a small dog on a lead, and the dog tried to swing toward Harry and the woman pulled the lead and the dog whined and went on. Two teenagers walked past with their faces in their hands looking at small bright rectangles. None of them saw him. He walked between them and through them and around them, and not one head turned. He thought at first that he had become a ghost. He had heard about ghosts. They lived in old houses and they could not be seen and they could not eat. He stopped under a street lamp and looked down at his own hand, and the hand was solid, and he could feel the cold of the air on it. So not a ghost. Something else. A boy nobody chose to look at. A cat in a doorway lifted its head as he passed. It watched him steadily. Its eyes were a color that did not belong to cats. Harry stopped. The cat stood up on its small white feet. It made a sound that was not a meow. It was the sound a cat makes when it has decided something and would like an action recorded. Then it sat down again and went on watching him with the air of a creature that had taken note. Harry did not understand why his back prickled. He did not yet know that the cat had a name and an owner, that the owner was a woman in a pointed hat who had stood watch over a house in Surrey for 5 years on the orders of a man with a long silver beard, and that the cat at this moment was attempting, and failing, to remember why the boy walking past it smelled like a half-finished spell. He kept walking because his legs would not yet stop. He turned a corner and another corner and a third, and on the third corner he was in front of a pub he had not seen before. The windows of the pub were the color of weak tea. The sign above the door had letters that seemed to slide a little when he stared at them, and when he stopped trying to read them they steadied and said the Leaky Cauldron. He walked past. He would have walked all the way past. A rat ran across his foot. He flinched, and the rat did not flinch back. It was a fat black rat with a kink in its tail, and it sat up on its hind legs in the gutter and looked at him for a long moment, the way a dog looks at a door it wants opened. There was something strange about its eyes, which were too watery to be a rat's eyes, and the tail was missing one toe at the end of it, which seemed like a thing a rat might lose in a fight if a rat ever fought, and Harry thought, with a part of himself that had no business thinking such things, that the rat looked guilty. Then the rat turned and ran straight at the brick wall of the pub. It did not hit the wall. It went through. Harry stood very still. Perhaps he had imagined it. He had imagined many things in his life. He had imagined a mother who was not a face on a black and white picture in his aunt's photograph drawer. He had imagined a road that did not end at number 4. He had imagined being big enough to lift the cupboard latch from the inside. So a rat through a wall was not such a big thing. He walked to the wall. He put his palm against it. The brick was warm. He pushed. His hand went through. The rest of him followed in a stumble. He fell forward into a long-lit street that smelled of wood smoke and incense and something sweeter, and the noise of the alley and the pub and the wet London night cut off behind him as if a door had shut. He turned. There was no door. There was only the brick, smooth on this side, and he did not know how to push back through. The street ahead of him was crooked. The buildings leaned over it like old men over a card table. Lanterns swung in the air without poles. A cauldron in a window simmered with no flame under it. A woman in a velvet cloak walked past him carrying a wicker basket from which a long thing made of feathers and bone watched him with one yellow eye. A boy older than Harry by some years walked past with a barn owl on his shoulder. The owl looked at Harry. The boy did not. A pair of women in pointed hats argued at a stall over the price of a jar of something that pulsed. A man with 3 rings in his beard stopped at a window full of small thin things made of polished wood and tapped the glass with one fingernail and walked on. Nobody, Harry noticed, was using a phone. Nobody was wearing the kind of clothes he had seen on the street outside. The yellow rectangles of light from the shop windows did not shake or hum. They poured out a softer color than electric light. Nobody stopped. Nobody looked. He had walked from one invisibility into another. He passed an apothecary's window in which jars of dark substances glowed faintly from within, and a sign offered dragon liver at seasonal price. He passed a shop with brooms in the window arranged like a row of soldiers, polished, balanced, faintly humming. He passed a bookseller's where the books on the highest shelves moved quietly among themselves the way pigeons move on a roof. He passed a robe shop, and the robes in the window shimmered in colors he had never seen on cloth. A stooped man came out of the robe shop with an armful of parcels and almost walked into Harry, and the man's eye paused on Harry's face for a half-second and then slid past, and the man muttered an apology to nobody and went on. Harry filed it away. People here did not see him either, but they came closer to seeing him than the people outside had done, and that was something. A thin tall man in a tall hat passed him and stopped, half a step, then walked on without turning his head, but Harry saw the stopping and the walking on, and he thought, that one almost saw me. The tall man did not look back. Harry kept walking. At the end of the street stood a building made of white stone. It was not the tallest, but it was the one he could not look away from. Its doors were bronze and broad and the steps were broad, and on the steps stood 2 figures in red and gold livery with long ears and long fingers and faces Harry's tired mind tried to fit into the shape of nothing it had ever seen. They had no eyebrows. Their eyes were dark and old. Their hands rested on weapons. He should have been frightened. He had been frightened many times in his life and he knew the taste of it. This was not it. This was the same hard hot thing in his stomach he had felt looking at the lamp by the umbrella stand. He walked toward the building because he had nowhere else to walk. One of the figures shifted. The other did not. "Boy," said the one that had shifted. The voice was not a voice he had ever heard before. It went down further than human voices went. "You bleed on our steps." Harry looked. He had bled, a little. He took a step back and looked up at the figure and discovered that he had no apology in him. He had spent his apologies. He had nothing left. "I'm sorry," he said, because the word came out anyway. "I don't know where I am." The figure looked at him for a long second. Whatever it saw, it did not say. It turned its head a fraction and a third figure appeared in the doorway above. This one was taller and finer dressed and its eyes went over Harry in a way that took him apart and put him back together. "Bring him in," it said. Hands closed on Harry's shoulders, strong, careful. They did not shove. They guided. He went up the bronze steps and through the bronze doors into a hall whose ceiling he could not see. Pillars climbed away into shadow. Counters ran the length of the hall, and at each counter sat a small figure with a quill in its long fingers, and behind the counters were tall doors and the smell of metal and of stone deep beneath the stone he stood on. The hall was not silent. It hummed. He had not known a hum could be made of so many quills moving at the same time, of so many coins falling against scales, of so many low voices in a language that was not English. He had not known that a building could feel awake. This one felt awake. The taller figure stopped at the counter nearest the door. The two who had brought him in let go of his shoulders and stepped back. The cold of the great hall settled over him. He swayed on his feet. He was very tired. "Name?" said the figure at the counter. He did not know if the question was for him. "Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." The quill stopped. In a hall the size of this one, the stopping of one quill should not have made any sound at all. It made a sound. Heads turned along the row. Other quills stopped. The taller figure beside Harry did not move, but the muscles of its long neck went tight in a way Harry had learned to read in 1,000 evenings of watching his uncle. Trouble was in the room. The figure at the counter spoke a word in a language Harry did not know. It was not loud. It carried. A door behind the counter opened and a goblin in plate armor came out of it at a run. "Take him to the High Master," said the figure. "Now." With respect, the armored goblin said, looking at Harry, then at the smear of blood on the floor by his shoes, "The High Master is in council with the Spanish ambassador." "The High Master will see this child," said the figure at the counter, "or he will explain to me, in 50 years, why he did not." The armored goblin bowed once, sharply, and turned to Harry. "Come, boy." Harry came. They went through the door behind the counter, and through another door behind that, and down a long colonnade where carved goblins on plinths watched them pass with eyes that may or may not have been only stone. They went up a stair, then down a stair, then along a gallery whose floor was of veined black marble worked so fine that Harry could see his own grey face in it as he walked. A pair of goblin clerks bowed as Ironclaw passed and looked, with the rigid politeness of the surprised, at the human child trotting at his heel. They went through an arch hung with banners in colors Harry could not name, and into a corridor whose stone was older than the stone of the hall, and the air got colder, and the lanterns were no longer lanterns but holes in the wall in which something pale burned without smoke. The armored goblin walked half a pace ahead and did not slow down for Harry's small legs. Harry kept up. He had kept up with worse. A pair of doors at the end of the corridor stood half open. Voices came through them. A high quick voice was speaking in a language Harry did not know, and a deeper voice answered in the same language with the air of one ending an argument. The deeper voice stopped when the armored goblin pushed the doors open and dropped to one knee. "High Master." "Ironclaw," said the deeper voice, in English now, dry as paper. "I am with the ambassador." "The ambassador will forgive me," said Ironclaw, and did not lift his head. "I bring a child." "A child?" "Harry Potter, High Master." There was a silence in the room that Harry would remember a long time. It was not the silence of nothing being said. It was the silence of a great number of things being thought very fast. A chair moved. Footsteps. A figure came around the side of the desk. The High Master of Gringotts was not the tallest goblin Harry had seen in his short walk through this place, but he was the one whose stillness made the air around him feel heavier. His hair was iron grey and braided down his back in a single thick rope. His eyes were the color of wet flint. The robes he wore had been worked with metal thread in patterns Harry's tired eyes could not follow. The Spanish ambassador, who turned out to be a smaller goblin in a cloak the deep red of dried blood, looked at Harry and looked at the High Master and rose smoothly from his chair. "High Master Ragnarok," said the ambassador. "I shall return on the hour." "You shall return tomorrow," said Ragnarok, without looking at him. "With my apologies." The ambassador inclined his head and left. As he passed Harry, his eyes flicked down once and held for a heartbeat. Whatever he saw, he kept to himself. He said nothing on his way out. The doors closed behind him. 2 corridors away, the ambassador stopped a passing aide with a hand on the elbow and gave a short, low instruction, and the aide bowed and ran. The instruction would reach Madrid before the hour was out, in the form of 3 words written in goblin shorthand on a scrap of leather: "He is found." The Goblin Council of Iberia would not sleep that night, and a vault in Toledo with seals of its own would be opened at dawn and looked into for the first time in 900 years. Ironclaw arose to his feet. Ragnarok came forward and stopped 1 pace short of Harry, and crouched, the way a man crouches who has not crouched in a great many years and does not enjoy the doing of it. His eyes were level with Harry's now. They were old. Older, Harry thought, than his uncle, older than Mrs. Fig, older than the spider. They were not unkind. They were also not kind. They were measuring. "Boy," said Ragnarok. "Look at me." Harry looked. "Where did you come from?" "Privet Drive." His voice was very small in this room. "Number 4. "How did you come here?" "I don't know." "Try." "My uncle. He was hitting me." I don't know, sir." The wall went away. Ragnarok said nothing for a moment. Then he straightened. The long sleeves of his robe whispered against each other. He turned to Ironclaw and spoke in the goblin tongue. Ironclaw answered. They went back and forth, fast, low, and Harry caught only the rhythm of it and the way it sharpened at one point and softened at another. The High Master turned back to Harry. "You have walked under a great many wards tonight, child," he said. "Wards that should have held you. Wards that should have, at the very least, hurt you. Some of those wards are mine. Some are older than mine. They have all let you pass." "I'm sorry," Harry said, because he had nothing else. "Do not apologize." The High Master's voice did not soften, but something in his face did, and Harry could not have said what. "You have done nothing that requires it." Ironclaw. High Master. The Healer. Then the inheritance chamber. Ironclaw left at speed. Ragnarok turned to a small goblin who had been waiting in the corner of the room so still that Harry had not seen her, and gave her instructions in the goblin tongue. She left as well. He turned back to Harry. "Sit," he said. He gestured to a chair almost as large as Harry. "Drink." A goblet stood on the side table. Harry had not seen anyone bring it. The water in it was cold and very clean and tasted of stone. He drank. He drank too fast. Ragnarok did not stop him. When the goblet was empty, Harry put it back on the table with both hands because his hands had begun to shake, and he sat in the chair, and the chair was deep, and his back hurt where the buckle had opened him, and the ache in his stomach was not the same ache as before. Ragnarok did not speak for several minutes. He stood by the desk. He did not pretend to do anything. He only stood, and Harry understood after a while that he was being permitted to recover his breath, and the understanding of it was the strangest thing that had happened to him in a strange evening. The healer came. She was old and small and quick, and her hands were warm, and she did not ask if she might touch him. She said only, "Lift your shirt, child," and when he did not move because his arms would not, she lifted it for him, and her breath caught at what she saw, and she said something in goblin under her breath that Harry suspected very strongly was a curse on someone who was not him. Her fingers moved on his back. Cool. Tingling. He felt the cuts close. He felt the bruises go from black to gray to nothing. He felt the cracked rib that he had not known was cracked unknit itself. He felt a small crooked thing in his left ankle, which he had broken at 3 when Dudley had pushed him down the stairs and which had healed wrong, ease itself straight. He felt a tooth at the back of his jaw, which had been throbbing for as long as he could remember, stop throbbing. When she was done he could breathe all the way to the bottom of his lungs for the first time in months, and the relief of that broke something in him, and he sat in the great chair in the High Master's office and he cried quietly into his sleeve while the goblin healer pretended not to notice and packed her satchel. "He is whole," she said, when he had control of his face again. "On the surface. The deeper hurts will take a longer hand. The body will heal in days. The mind, that is the wizard's own work." "Tell me what you found," said Ragnarok. The healer recited. She did so in a voice without weather, the way an inventory is read. 3 old breaks. 2 never set. A burn on the left forearm shaped like a pan handle. A scarred section of scalp where a clump of hair had been pulled out and not grown back. Bruises in stages. Cuts in stages. The signs, she said, of a long unkindness rather than a short one. She said this last word, unkindness, with the precise smallness with which a goblin uses a wizard's word for something a wizard has earned. Ragnar's face did not move. His knuckles, on the desk, went white and then deliberately went pink again, the way a man releases a fist when he has decided, for the moment, against breaking the thing in front of him. His magic, he said. Bright, High Master. Very bright. Untrained. Old. Old. That is the word that comes. How old? The healer hesitated. She looked at Harry and she looked at Ragnar and she chose her word. Founder old, she said. I will not say more without the parchment to back me. Ragnar inclined his head. She bowed and left. Ragnar looked at Harry for a long moment, then crossed to the desk and unrolled a sheet of parchment that had been waiting there, weighted with 2 small stones. He took a knife from a drawer. The knife was bone-handled and the blade was thin and the edge of it caught the light. Child, said Ragnar. 3 drops of your blood will fall on this parchment. The parchment will burn what it is given. What is left will tell us who your father's father was, and his father, and his, and so on through your line. We do this when a vault is in question. We do this when a house is in question. Do you understand me? No, sir. Good, said Ragnar, and there was the smallest movement at the corner of his mouth that might in a different face have been a smile. Honest answers are more useful than clever ones. Hold out your hand. Harry held out his hand. Ragnar was very quick. The knife touched the pad of Harry's middle finger and was gone before Harry had time to flinch. 3 drops of his blood fell onto the parchment. Where they fell, the parchment darkened, and then the darkness ran outward in fine threads, and the threads became letters, and the letters became names. The first name burned across the top of the page in a color close to gold. Potter. Beneath it, line by line, the names of Harry's father and his father's father and back, 12 generations, 14, 20. Harry watched his own ignorance fill itself in. He had not known the name of his grandfather. He had not known he had a grandfather. The names came and came, English names, Welsh names, names with letters that did not belong to any alphabet he had ever seen on a road sign. A second column began to write itself. The color was different. Closer to old silver. Peveril. Harry did not know the word. Ragnar did. The High Master's face did not change, but the long fingers of his right hand spread a fraction on the desk. A third column. The color was darker, almost black, with a thread of red. Gryffindor. By right of inheritance through House Potter, the parchment said in smaller letters under the name. By right of conquest, it added in smaller letters still. Ironclaw, who had returned at some point Harry had not noticed, made a small sound at the back of his throat. A fourth column began. The color of it was no color. It was the absence of color. It was the way light looks in the moment before a candle is lit, when you know the dark and you know the light is coming and the air is held between them. The first letter formed. M. Ragnar went still. Not the stillness of a man being still. The stillness of stone. Ironclaw moved a half-pace nearer to the desk and stopped because the High Master had raised one hand without looking at him. E-R-L-I-N. The line completed itself. Merlin Ambrosius. Beneath it, letters smaller and yet somehow brighter, Heir primary. The room was silent for a long time. Harry watched the words. He could read them. He did not know what they meant. He looked up at Ragnar and waited for one of the adults in the room to do whatever adults did at such moments. Ragnar did not move. Ironclaw did not move. The candles on the desk burned without flicker. High Master, said Ironclaw at last. His voice was not steady. High Master, the vault. I know, said Ragnarok. It has been sealed. I know. Since the founding. I am aware, Ironclaw, of the date of the sealing. It was sealed, High Master, by the founder himself. With a key that does not exist in our records. That key, said Ragnarok, very softly, is sitting in this room. Harry looked at his hands. There was no key in them. There was a small drop of his own blood on the pad of his middle finger and nothing else. He did not understand and he did not ask, because asking had seldom helped him. Ragnarok turned to face him fully. The flint of his eyes had gone bright. It was the brightness of a sword catching a sun. Harry Potter, he said. His voice was formal now, and the formality was a thing that wrapped around the small boy in the great chair like a cloak that did not quite fit. You stand on stone older than the kingdom in which it was buried. You stand under wards laid by the founders of this nation's magic, of whom your ancestor was the first and the greatest. You have been brought to us by a working of will that should not have been possible for a child of your years and your training, which is to say, your absence of training. Do you understand any of what I say? No, sir. Good. There it was again, that flicker at the corner of the mouth. Then I will speak plainly. Once. He stepped around the desk and stood in front of Harry. He did not crouch this time. The blood in your veins is older than England. Older than Rome held this island. The wizard whose name I will not say lightly until I am certain of you, that wizard, who is named on this parchment as your forefather, sealed a vault beneath this bank with his own hand and his own will and laid wards upon it that no goblin and no wizard has been able to test in 1,000 years, because no person has come to us in 1,000 years whose blood the wards would let near it. They will let you near it. Do you understand? No, sir, Harry said. Ragnarok made a sound that was almost a laugh. It was not a thing he did often. Ironclaw's eyes widened a fraction and then settled. Very well, said the High Master. Then we will go and see what a vault sealed by Merlin will say to a child of 5 who has wandered out of a cupboard and into our hall. Now, said Ironclaw. Now, said Ragnarok. There has been waiting enough. Harry stood. His legs did not shake, which surprised him. He had never had a moment of his life when something he did not understand was being arranged around him with such weight, and he had no script for it, and yet the shaking stayed away. The hard-hot thing in his stomach, which he had carried out of Privet Drive and through the alley and through the wall of the pub, had grown. Sir, he said, because someone had to say something and there was nobody else, what about my uncle? Ragnarok looked at him. The flint eyes did not blink. Your uncle? When he sees I'm gone. He'll be angry. Will he? Yes, sir. Ragnarok lowered himself again so that his face was level with Harry's. The movement was slow. The movement was deliberate. Child, he said, and the word in his mouth was a thing Harry had not heard before, not from anyone, not in 5 years, your uncle will not be angry. He will be afraid. He will be afraid for the rest of his life. I will see to it personally, and I will enjoy the seeing. You will not go back to that house. You will not see those people again unless and until you wish to look them in the eye, and on that day you will look at them as they have never been looked at, and they will know themselves. Harry stared. His mouth opened. No sound came. Do you understand? Said Ragnarok. No, sir. You will. The High Master rose. He turned to Ironclaw. Send word to the council. Quietly. The Black Vault is not to be touched. The Potter accounts are not to be touched. No correspondence is to be answered in this matter from any wizard of any rank, including the Chief Warlock, until I authorize it. If the Chief Warlock himself appears at our doors, I will see him in my office at my convenience and not before. Yes, High Master. And Iron Claw. Yes, High Master. Lock the inheritance parchment in the inner safe. Mine. Not the records office. Yes, High Master. And triple the watch on the lower halls. Use the second guard. The first will know nothing of this until I say. It shall be done. And one further thing. Ironclaw waited. Send a courier to the cottage of Andromeda Tonks of the House of Black, and ask her, with my respectful compliments, whether she would consent to a private matter of urgent and quite confidential importance. Do not give her reason yet. Tell her I will explain in my own person if she will receive me. The boy will need a kinswoman before this week is out. Yes, High Master. Ironclaw rolled the parchment, sealed it with a drop of black wax that he produced from somewhere on his person, and left at a clipped run. Ragnarok looked back at Harry and inclined his head a fraction. It was the first courtesy any adult had ever paid him. Come, child, he said. We will see your vault. Harry walked behind him out of the office. The corridor was longer going back than it had been coming in. The cold went deeper into his bones. He did not mind the cold. The cold was clean. The cold did not have a belt. He walked and he listened to the soft tap of Ragnarok's boots on the stone and thought about a lamp by an umbrella stand, and a wall that had let him pass, and a name in a color that was no color, and the shape of the word Heir, which he had read and understood, even if he had not understood what it meant. He thought about the duck-shaped tea stain on the carpet at number 4. He thought he might never see it again. The thought, which a week ago would have undone him, did not undo him now. It settled in him the way warm water settles into the cold parts of a body. He walked behind the High Master of Gringotts toward a door he could not yet see, and the hard hot thing in his stomach, which had no name yet, got a little bigger, and a little quieter, and began at last to feel like his own. Behind him, out in the great hall, the quills had started moving again. Coins were falling against scales. Goblins and their counters had returned to their counting. The bank ran on. None of them had looked up as the small boy in the torn shirt followed the High Master through the inner door, and yet Harry knew, with the part of him that was learning very fast tonight, that every one of them had felt him pass. In a quiet office 2 floors above, an aide knocked once and entered. He set a sealed report in front of an old goblin in a green cloak. The old goblin opened it. He read the first line. He read the second. He set the report down and crossed to the window. He stood there a long time, watching nothing in the way old people watch nothing when their day has just stopped being the day they thought it was going to be. Far away, in a stone tower whose windows looked out over a Scottish lake, a thin instrument began to spin on a thin shelf. A man with a long silver beard, who had been writing a letter, paused with his quill above the page. He raised his head. He set the quill down. He stared at the spinning instrument, and the instrument span faster, and a thin sound came out of it, and the man's face went very still in a way that had nothing to do with serenity. "Where are you, Harry?" he said. There was no answer. There would be no answer for a long time. The instrument span itself out and stopped. The man stood up. He crossed his study to a small black box on the mantel and laid his palm against it. The wood went warm under his hand. He spoke a name into it. A second instrument, in a Highland cottage where a woman with grey hair was setting out a cat's saucer, gave a soft chime in answer. The woman straightened. The cat that had been about to drink looked up at her, and at the saucer, and waited. The woman did not look at the cat. "Albus," she said, to the empty room. In Surrey, the cat in the doorway, who would not be home tonight, sat with a small white forepaw raised, and watched the brick wall of the leaky cauldron from across the road, and waited for it to mean something to her again. It did not. She was a very clever cat. She was an even cleverer witch. But the boy who had walked through that wall an hour ago had walked under wards that were not hers, and into a building whose floor was older than her oldest spell. She would not remember what she had seen tonight. She would only know, for many days afterwards, that she had missed something, and that the missing of it would matter. The wall stayed brick. The street stayed street. The woman who was a cat sat on her white feet and washed her face once with one paw, and got up at last and went home, and 100 miles to the north a thin silver instrument on a thin shelf gave one more turn, and stopped, and the night went on without her. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Vault That Forgot Time. The cart was older than the rails it ran on. Harry could feel that in the wood under his hands, and in the way the metal of the wheels did not exactly fit the metal of the track, and in the slow shimmer that ran along the seams of the carriage when Ragnok touched it and spoke a word in Goblin. 2 armored guards stood at the back of the platform with their weapons inverted in the formal posture of the Home Guard. They did not look at Harry. They did not need to. Their attention was on the corridor behind, the way attention sits on a doorframe when a guest of importance has just arrived and the household has begun to remember its manners. In, child. Harry climbed in. The cart was small enough that Ragnok had to fold himself a little to sit beside him, and he did so without complaint, and Harry thought, with a part of himself that kept noticing things, that Ragnok had rarely shared a cart with anyone in the last 100 years and was managing the unfamiliarity well. The High Master leaned forward and laid his palm flat on a pad of polished black stone set into the dashboard of the cart. The stone went hot. Harry felt the heat on his face from a foot away. The cart moved. It did not jolt. There was no acceleration that he could feel in his stomach. The platform fell away behind them as if it had never been there, and the dark of the tunnel swallowed them, and the wind of their passage was a clean cold thing that smelled of iron filings and something Harry could not place that he later, much later, came to know as the smell of magic that had been breathed by the same stone for a very long time. "Look ahead," said Ragnok, beside him. "Not behind. The behind has nothing more to give you. The ahead is the part that matters." Harry looked ahead. The tunnel widened. They passed the level of the regular vaults, lit at intervals by softly burning glass globes that hung in the air without wires. They passed a level where something large breathed in a side cavern and a pair of goblin handlers, working with poles tipped in silver, were guiding a creature Harry did not see fully back into its pen. They passed a level where the air went dry and tasted of old paper, where shelves climbed away into darkness and a goblin librarian on a wheeled ladder marked a ledger as the cart rushed past. They passed a level where the rails crossed a bridge of fitted stone over a black water that had no shore and no wave and no movement, and Harry thought, looking down at it, that it was not water at all. They passed a level where a low chant was rising from somewhere in the distance, and the chant rose with the cart and fell behind it, and Harry could not have said whether it had been song or only the sound of stone settling. "Lower," Ragnok said. "Lower than tourists go. Lower than dragons. Lower than the founders' working halls. The lowest part of this bank is older than the bank. We did not build it. We made our nest around it." The cart slowed at last, with the same uncanny smoothness, and stopped at a platform Harry would have called natural if not for the precision of the seams between the stones. There was no signpost. There was no number. There was only a long arch in the rock face, not carved, not exactly, more grown, the way a knot grows in a tree, and inside the arch was a corridor whose floor was lit from below by veins of something very pale, and the air that came out of the corridor was warm. "Come." Harry came. The 2 guards did not follow them in. They stood at the entrance and turned outward, and Harry understood without being told that they had been left there to keep the rest of the world out, and that whatever lay beyond this arch was a thing that would not be permitted witnesses tonight. The corridor was not long. It opened into a round chamber with a domed ceiling that, when he looked up, seemed to keep going past where it should have stopped, the way ceilings in dreams sometimes do. The floor of the chamber was a single disk of gray stone, polished to the smoothness of skin, and at the center of the chamber, taking up the whole of the far wall, stood a door. The door was made of nothing Harry recognized. It was not wood. It was not metal. It was the same knot color as the writing of his ancestor's name on the parchment in Ragnok's office, and looking at it made Harry's eyes water if he held the looking too long. There was no handle. There was no keyhole. There were no hinges. It was a door because it was set in a wall and it was upright, and the human mind, even a child's, knew a door when it stood in front of one. In the center of the door, at chest height for an adult and the level of Harry's eyes, was a small recess shaped like a palm. Around the recess, in a circle, ran writing that did not stay still. It moved when Harry looked away. When he looked back, it had rearranged itself into something different. He could read none of it. Ragnarok stood in the middle of the chamber and folded his hands in front of him and did not approach the door. He waited. He waited until Harry had stopped staring and turned to him. "This is your door, child," said Ragnarok. "Not mine. I have stood in this room twice in my life. Once as a young goblin, when my master brought me here to teach me what a door looks like that no one in this bank has ever opened. Once as High Master, when I came to renew the wards from outside, which is the only place from which they can be renewed. You are the third of my visits. I will not go nearer than this. I do not know what is on the other side of that door. I know that I would prefer, even now, that it stay shut a little longer." "Then why open it?" Harry said. The words came out clearer than he expected. He had not meant to challenge. The chamber drew the shape of his thought into a question. "Because you are 5, said Ragnarok. "Because there are men in your country who, at this moment, are sitting up in their beds and wondering where you have gone. They will not all come to you with kindness. Some of them will come with reasons that sound like kindness. They will not be satisfied to know you are alive. They will need to know you are theirs. The only place in this world they cannot reach you is on the other side of that door. The only person who can open that door is you. So we go now, while the night is ours, and we look at what your blood has been keeping for you. After that, we will know better what the night should be made of." Harry thought about this. He thought about Vernon and Petunia. He thought about the lamp by the umbrella stand. He thought about the man with the silver beard whose name he did not yet know, whose tower was somewhere in Scotland, whose instrument had spun on its shelf. He did not know the man. He knew the shape of the room into which his own life had been arranged, and he knew, with a clarity that was not appropriate to his age, that men like Ragnarok did not warn for sport. "All right," he said. "What do I do?" "Place your right hand in the recess. Speak any word that is yours. The door will know." Harry crossed the floor. He did not look at the writing because looking at the writing made his head hurt. He stopped at the door. The recess was at the height of his eyes. He had to reach up. He placed his palm in the recess. The door went warm. It went warm the way a person goes warm when they smile at you. Harry had felt that warmth twice in his life, once from his mother in a memory that was not really a memory, only a green flash and a voice that had said his name with love, and once from the half-apple in his coat pocket. This was not the warmth of a thing. This was the warmth of attention. The door, which was a door, was looking at him. "Speak," said Ragnarok, behind him, very quietly. Harry tried to think of a word. The first word that came to him was sorry. He swallowed it. The second word was please. He swallowed that too. The third word, which arrived without his asking and would not be swallowed, opened on his tongue and walked out of his mouth before he had decided to let it. "Mine," he said. The door considered the word. The writing around the recess stopped moving. It rearranged itself one more time, slowly, deliberately, into letters Harry could read. The letters, as he understood later, were not English. They had only chosen, for him, to look like English. "Welcome, blood of my blood. Enter." The door went away. It did not open. It did not slide. It simply became a thing that no longer lived in the wall. Where it had been, there was now a long hall lit by a soft light Harry had never seen the source of, and the hall stretched away in front of him, and the warmth that had come off the door rolled down the hall like a long slow breath, and Harry stood in the doorway with his hand still raised and felt, for the first time in his life, that a building was glad to see him. He looked over his shoulder. Ragnarok had not moved. "Go," said the High Master. "I will wait." "You can't come." "I am not invited." Harry hesitated. He did not want to leave Ragnarok behind. The High Master, in 5 hours of acquaintance, had become, in some way Harry could not have named, the only adult Harry had ever met who had treated him as a thing whose presence required adjustment. To leave him at the door felt wrong. Ragnarok read the hesitation. The flicker at the corner of his mouth came back. "Child. Inside is yours. Outside is mine. We each guard our own. Go in. Look. Take your time. I am in no hurry. I have a great many years." Harry went in. The hall was wider than it had looked from the door. The walls were of a stone that breathed light without giving any. The ceiling was high. The floor was set with a long pattern in inlay, gold and silver and a third thread the color of nothing, and the pattern was a tree, branching again, branching to the corners of the hall, and at the place where Harry stood the tree had its root. He walked. The tree on the floor moved with him. As he stepped, the inlay shifted, the way a reflection shifts on water under a passing cloud, and the line that had been the root traced itself ahead of him along the floor, leading him deeper into the hall. There were rooms off the hall. He saw them as he passed. One was a library, larger than the one at his school, larger than Aunt Petunia's whole house, walls of shelves climbing into a height his eye could not measure, and on each shelf books stood in ranks like soldiers. Some of them shone faintly. Some of them did not. One of them, on a low shelf near the door, stirred in its place the way a sleeping cat stirs when a person walks past, and Harry looked at it for a long second before walking on. Another room was a workshop. A long bench under a long window onto a darkness that Harry, when he glanced at it, understood was not a window into the outside but a window into a place that had no outside. Tools hung on the walls in racks. They were tools Harry did not have names for. Some of them moved very slowly when he looked at them, the way a dial moves when its needle has not quite settled. None of them were waiting for him. They had been put away by a hand that knew this room would be empty for a long time and did not mind. Another room was a vault within the vault. He saw, through its open door, racks of small things on stands. A wand on a stand. Many wands on many stands, dozens of them, made of woods and bones and things Harry could not name, ranged from short and slim to long and heavy, the way a swordsmith's family might display its life's work. A circlet on a stand. A cup on a stand. A long thin instrument, like a flute, on a stand. The wands gave off the faintest possible hum. The circlet did not. The cup did not. The flute did not. Each thing was at rest. Another room was a study. It was small. It had a table and a chair and a book lying open on the table and a quill lying across the page of the book as if the writer had only just stepped out and would be back in a moment to continue. Harry stopped at this door. The book was a thing he wanted to look at without knowing why. He did not go in. The room did not invite him. It was waiting for someone else. The hall turned. At the turn there was a portrait. It was very old. It was very small. The frame was plain, oak, almost black with age, and the figure in the frame was a man in dark robes who sat in a high-backed chair with his hands folded in his lap. He had a long beard. He was, in every detail Harry's tired eyes could pick out, an old man. Not a wizard's old man. Not a kind grandfatherly old man. An old man whose age was not an accumulation of years but an accomplishment. His eyes were closed. The line on the floor, which had led Harry this far, ended at the frame. Harry stopped. He had no script for this. He had no script for any of this. He stood in front of the portrait and waited, because waiting had been the work of his life, and waiting was a thing he was good at. The old man in the portrait opened his eyes. They were a color Harry did not have a word for. Gray, perhaps. Gray with a thread of green. Gray with the way gray is when the sky has been thinking for a long time. They were tired. They were patient. They were, when they fell on Harry, the kindest eyes that had ever looked at him. "Hello, child." The voice from the portrait was not loud. It came from the inside of Harry's head as much as from the air, the way a thought comes when one has just been waiting for it to arrive. The accent was nothing Harry recognized. The words were English the way old maps are English. They had spelled themselves a long time ago and were still standing where they had spelled themselves. "Hello," said Harry, because politeness was a thing he had learned in the absence of anything better. "You are very young," said the old man. "Yes, sir." "How old?" "5. And 2 months and 3 days, said the old man, and the corner of his mouth moved in a way that was not a smile but the suggestion of one, the way a candle is the suggestion of a lit room. "I had not thought to wake to a 5-year-old. "I'm sorry," said Harry. "Hush." The old man held up a long, thin hand, and Harry's apology stopped between his teeth as if the hand had reached out of the frame and closed his mouth. "I have stood in this frame, in one form or another, since before your country had the shape it has now. I do not have time, in our short conversation, to listen to apologies for being young. Tell me your name, child." "Harry, sir." "Harry Potter." "Potter," said the old man. He said it the way one tastes a word for the first time, without committing to liking it. "And before that?" "Before, sir?" "Your line, boy. You stood at my door. The door let you in. You did not bring the door's reason with you." "Peveril," said Harry, slowly, because he had read it on the parchment. And Gryffindor. By right of conquest." He hesitated. The fourth name sat in his throat and would not come out. He looked up at the portrait. He understood, with the precision a child sometimes has when the matter is too big to manage with anything but precision, that the man in the frame was the fourth name, and that saying it to him was both unnecessary and impossible. The old man waited a polite length of time. Then he said, quite gently, "I was a wizard called Merlin. The Latin had me as Merlinus. Your country, in its enthusiasm for soft consonants, has me as Merlin. I have answered to all three. You may use whichever sits most comfortably in your mouth." Harry stared. He had not, at 5, read any books. He had heard the name of Merlin twice. Once in a song his teacher had played about a wizard and a sword. Once on the side of a packet of sweets. He had not connected those Merlins to a man. He had connected them to a color and a feeling. The man in the frame did not match either. He matched, instead, the warmth that had come off the door. "You are my heir, Harry Potter," said the old man, "and you have come to me at a very bad time, and a very fortunate one. I am not what I was. I am a portrait. The man who painted me died 400 years before your great-grandfather's grandfather was born. I am a piece of him I was permitted to keep. I cannot do magic. I can speak. I have a great deal to say. We have, you and I, perhaps an hour." Harry sat down on the floor without thinking about it. The floor was warm. He sat cross-legged. He looked up at the portrait. The old man inclined his head a fraction, approving the arrangement, and then began. "I am going to tell you, child, the truth of things. As much of it as you can carry. You will not understand half. I have made my peace with that. A child of 5 who hears the truth carries it differently from an adult of 40, and sometimes more carefully. Do not try to follow what I say in the way one follows a story. Try to remember the shape of it. The shape will come back to you, later, when you are older, and then you may understand what you were told." "Yes, sir. 3 things first. Then the rest." "Yes, sir." 1. You are a wizard. I do not say this because you have already noticed. I say it because in the country you have been raised in, this fact has been hidden from you on purpose, and the hiding has cost you. Wizards are not many. Wizards are not gods. We are people, mostly, with a difference, and the difference is that the world hears us when we ask it to. Other people have to push the world. The world pushes back. We ask. We are asked back. That is what magic is. Anyone who tells you it is more, or less, is selling you something. Yes, sir. 2. There is a man in this country whose name I will say once and ask you to remember. Albus Dumbledore. He is a great wizard. He is also, in the way of great wizards, a man who has spent so long arranging the world that he has forgotten how to live in it. He has been arranging you. He has been arranging you since you were a baby in your dead mother's arms. He has not arranged you well. Tonight, when you walked through your uncle's hallway and out of it, you did the first thing of your life that he had not arranged. He will not forgive that. He will come for you. He will come kindly. He will come patiently. He will come as a grandfather. He will come because he believes, in his own tower, that he loves you. Do not, when he comes, mistake love for permission to be moved. Yes, sir. 3. There was a war. There will be another. Your parents died in the first one. They died because a man whose name I will not say in my voice, because my voice still has weight in this place, hunted them. He hunted them because of a prophecy. He hunted them because of a blood. He hunted them because he was a fool. He died, more or less, in the doing of it, but he did not die well, and he is coming back. You will meet him. You will meet him sooner than you should. You are 5. He is biding his time. Time is not on his side any more than it is on mine. We shall make sure of that. 3 things. Are they remembered? Yes, sir. Tell me back. I'm a wizard. There's a man called Albus Dumbledore who has been arranging me. There was a war. There will be another. The man who killed my parents is coming back. I must remember that you said love is not permission to be moved. The old man in the portrait was silent for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, you are going to be a great deal of trouble to a great many people, Harry Potter. I had hoped so. Now. He sat forward. The hand he had used to silence Harry's apology now opened in front of him, and his long fingers spread, and there was, for a moment, the suggestion of a faint silver light on his palm, the way a man holds a small flame when he is not quite holding one. I will make you my heir formally tonight. The vault will keep you. The wards will know you. The library will read for you when you ask it to, in time, and not before. The instruments will lie down for you. The wands, of which there are many, will choose from among you. There is one in particular I would have you take with you when you leave, and we shall come to it. But first, I must ask. Do you wish it? Wish what, sir? To be my heir. The blood is yours by accident. The choosing is yours by right. I do not impose. The men of my line who imposed did not last. I am asking. Do you wish to be the heir of Merlin Ambrosius, and to take up what comes with that name, knowing that it will cost you the easy life you have not yet had? Harry sat on the warm floor in front of the portrait of his 13 times removed ancestor, in a vault under the deepest level of a goblin bank in a city whose streets he had walked for the first time tonight with a buckle wound on his back, and considered, with the seriousness a child of 5 gives to a question only when no adult has tried to make it easy, what he was being asked. Will it hurt? He said. The portrait did not flinch. Yes, said Merlin. Some of it. Not all. Will I be alone? No. I will be in the frame. The High Master at the door is not a friend, but he is a friend's neighbor, which is a useful thing. There will be others. You will find them as you go. Some will be kin. Some will be allies. Some will be enemies who come to think of you as worth allying with, which is the most dangerous and the most useful kind. You will not be alone. You will be in charge of yourself. The two are not the same. Harry thought about this. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about the duck-shaped tea stain. He thought about the lamp by the umbrella stand that he had stared at because something had been growing in his stomach. He thought about the wall that had let him pass. Yes, he said. I wish it. Stand up, child. Harry stood. The line on the floor, which had been a tree, brightened. The walls of the hall behind him brightened with it. The faint hum of the wands in the room he had passed went, for a heartbeat, in tune with each other and was gone. Place your right hand on the frame. Harry placed his right hand on the frame. The wood was warm. It went warmer. He felt a small, precise thing happen inside himself, somewhere between his chest and his belly, the way a key going into a lock feels from the lock's side. There was no pain. There was a sensation of being, for a long moment, exactly the right shape. Harry had never been the right shape for anything in his life. He stood there with his palm on the frame and thought, oh. It is done, said Merlin, from inside the frame, and his voice was a little quieter, as if some of him had moved into Harry and left the portrait with less to spend. You are heir. The vault is yours. The wards have read you. They will not read you again unless you bring them blood that is yours and not yours, by which I mean a child of your own. I do not advise that for some years. Harry took his hand off the frame. Now, said Merlin. 3 more things. Yes, sir. 1. Take the wand at the second stand on the third rack in the room with the wands. Do not look at the others. They will look at you. The one I tell you of will know you. It is not a kind wand. It is a true one. It will serve you better than any wand a Diagon Alley shopkeeper would give you, and it will serve you in ways the wand shop does not advertise. Yes, sir. 2. The library will not let you in tonight. It is not personal. The library is a thing that takes its time. In a month, perhaps 2, when your magic has settled to its right shape, return. You will be admitted. You will not understand what you read. Read anyway. The reading is a key of its own. Yes, sir. 3. The portrait's voice softened. When you leave this hall tonight, the High Master will offer you an alliance. You are 5. You will not understand the word. He will explain. Take the alliance. Take it cleanly. Do not haggle. Do not flatter. Speak as you would speak to a thing too dignified to flatter. He is not your friend. He is not your enemy. He is a tool that has chosen, this once in 1,000 years, to be wielded. A tool that has chosen is more useful than a tool that has been told. Treat him with the respect his choosing requires. He will be paid. Pay him. The bank will love you for that. Yes, sir. Now go and choose your wand. Harry went. The room with the wands was at the end of a short turning of the hall. Harry had passed it on the way in. He stepped through the doorway. The wands hummed. He walked between the racks until he found the third rack, and then he counted the stands until he stopped at the second. The wand on it was made of a wood almost black, polished, neither short nor long, with a grip wrapped in a thin band of silver. There were no engravings. The stand was plain. The wand looked, against the more elaborate wands on either side, as plain as a pebble in a tray of jewels. Harry put out his right hand. He had a moment of doubt, an impulse to look at the others, the wand to his left with its inlay and its red wood, the wand on the rack above with its shape like a lily. He did not look. He had been told. He had decided to be the kind of person who, when told a thing by an authority that had earned the right to tell, did not negotiate. His fingers closed on the wand. The wand was cold. He held it in his hand and waited. It did not warm. It did not flare. It did not throw sparks the way a wand in a story might. It went, instead, very still. It went still the way a sword does when it has been picked up by the hand it has been waiting for. There was no heat. There was a small, exact rightness that he felt in his elbow first, and then his shoulder, and then his chest. Whatever the wand was, it had now decided. He turned to leave. The room let him. He passed the portrait again on the way out. The old man was sitting back in his chair. His eyes were not closed yet, but they were going to be, the way an old man's eyes settle for a sleep that is not the last sleep but is no shorter than it needs to be. Goodbye, child. Goodbye, sir. You will come again. Yes, sir. Good. Tell the High Master I send my respectful greetings to the seat at his right hand, who I have known a long time. Harry filed the line and did not ask. The portrait closed its eyes. The light in the hall dimmed by a small degree, the way a room dims when one of its lamps is turned down by a polite hand. Harry walked back down the long hall. The tree on the floor folded itself up behind him as he went, branch by branch, retreating to its root. When he reached the threshold he turned and looked back. The hall behind him was very long, and very warm, and very quiet, and it was waiting for him. He stepped out into the round chamber. The door rebuilt itself behind him. Ragnarok was where Harry had left him. He had not, by the look of him, moved at all. He took in Harry, and the new wand in his right hand, and the look on his face, in that order. He inclined his head a degree more than before. Heir. He says hello, said Harry. He sends his greetings to the seat at your right hand. He said you'd know who he meant. Ragnarok did not reply for a long second. The flint of his eye flicked, very briefly, in the direction of nothing. Then he made the smallest possible movement of his head that Harry, with growing skill, recognized as the goblin equivalent of a deep bow. That seat, said Ragnarok, has waited for that greeting for 900 years. It will be a long night. He turned. The two guards at the entrance fell in behind them as they passed back into the platform. The cart took them up. The High Master did not speak on the journey. Harry did not either. He held the wand in his lap. The wand, having decided to be his, was warm against his palm now. When the cart slowed at last and Ragnarok's office stood again at the end of its corridor, the High Master stopped at the door before going in. He turned to Harry. He did not crouch this time. He addressed Harry as he would have addressed a man. Heir of Merlin, said Ragnarok, House Gringotts, in my person, offers you an alliance. The terms will be drawn formally. The substance is this. You are a child of 5. You have powers no child of 5 should have. You have enemies no child of 5 should have. You are the kin of a wizard who, of all the wizards this island has produced, was the only one who ever treated my people as people rather than as obstacles. We owe him. We have not been able to pay him because we have not been able to find his line. Now we have. You will be schooled. You will be guarded. You will be advised. The bank's ledger, the bank's law, and the bank's blade are at your service for so long as you choose, in good faith, to remain in alliance with us. In return we ask one thing, which is that you do not, for our sake or yours, become the kind of wizard your country has been making lately. We have buried enough of them. Do you understand? I think so. Will you take the alliance? Harry remembered the portrait. Take the alliance. Take it cleanly. Yes, he said. I take it. Ragnarok inclined his head. Then he opened the door of his office and held it for Harry, the way a host holds a door for a man whose name has just earned the courtesy. The healer was waiting inside. So was Iron Claw. So was a tall thin goblin Harry had not seen before, in robes of midnight blue, who carried a small, narrow case under one arm and a single quill in the other. "This," said Ragnok, "is Master Bonecast. He is our finest in the matters that do not appear in our public ledgers. He is going to make you something that will allow you, for a time, to walk the streets of this city without being seen by the eyes that are looking for you. He is going to draft a notice of magical emancipation, which will, once filed in the proper places, make you, in the eye of the ICW, an adult. You will not be an adult in the eye of your country's ministry. We will not ask their opinion, and they will not have one until it is too late for them to have any other. Do you consent?" "Yes, sir." "Sit, then." Harry sat. The glamour was a small thing, applied with 2 fingers, and it cooled his face for a moment and then went away, and when he looked into the small mirror Bonecast held up to him afterwards, the boy looking back was not him. He was older. He had different hair, browner. His eyes were brown. His scar was gone. He looked, Harry thought, like a child who had been fed regularly. He did not like the face in the mirror exactly, but he respected the work of it. "It will hold," said Bonecast, "for as long as you wish, until the moment you choose, in front of a witness who knows you by your true name, to drop it. It cannot be pulled off you. It cannot be dispelled by another. It is yours." "Thank you," said Harry. He said it carefully. He was a child of 5 thanking a goblin for the thing that would let him walk through the world. He understood, in a way he could not have said, that the thing in his hand and the thing on his face and the alliance he had just accepted were 3 parts of one object. "Now the writing," said Ragnok. Master Bonecast unfolded a sheet of parchment and wrote, in a hand Harry could not have followed even if he had been able to read goblin shorthand, a series of lines that caused the candles in the room to brighten and dim with each finished sentence. When he was done, he laid the parchment in front of Harry. Beneath the goblin script was a translation, in the same English that the door had used, brief and precise. "I, Harry James Potter, heir of Merlin Ambrosius, being of magical ability and sound will, hereby assume magical adulthood under the laws of the International Confederation of Wizards, effective this night, at my own request, witnessed by the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts, and sealed by the blood of my house." "Sign," said Ragnok, in the usual way. "A drop of blood, and your name underneath in your own hand, however you can manage it." Harry did. The signature was the wobbling print of a child who had not had much opportunity to practice his name on paper. The blood went on the line above. The parchment took both. The candles in the room steadied. The air, which had had a slight close pressure to it, opened. "It is done," said Master Bonecast, and rolled the parchment, and bowed once to Harry, and once to Ragnok, and left. Ragnok turned to Harry. He was, again, almost smiling. "Welcome, heir of Merlin," he said, "to the rest of your life. We will start with food. You have not eaten. You will sleep tonight in a guest room of this bank, behind wards no man on the surface of this island can pass. Tomorrow, we will begin." "Begin what, sir?" "Begin teaching you," said the High Master of Gringotts, with the small and dangerous warmth of a man who, after 1,000 years of waiting, had at last been given a thing to do, everything. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Lessons in Iron and Magic. The room had no windows. It had no clock either, which was a thing Harry only noticed in the 2nd week, by which point he had stopped expecting either, because the room had not been built for those things. The room had been built to keep time at arm's length. Time, in this room, was a thing the goblins did to the air with care and a great deal of effort, and what they did to it was fold it. He understood the folding better, later, after Bonecast had drawn it for him on a slate. 2 days inside the chamber, Bonecast said, was 1 day outside. That had been the rule for centuries. They had never pushed past 3 to 1 in living memory. They had pushed past it for him. They had pushed past it because the High Master had asked, and because the wards of the chamber had agreed when they tasted the new magic of the boy who entered them, and because Master Bonecast, who liked nothing in the world quite so much as being asked to do a thing his predecessors had not been able to do, had taken it as a personal challenge. The ratio in Harry's chamber was 4-1. 4 days in. 1 day out. It was, Bonecast said, a strain on the stones. It was, Bonecast said, not to be told to anyone outside the council. It was, Bonecast said, the most beautiful piece of work he had been allowed to do in 83 years. He said all of this with the same dry tone, and Harry, who had begun to understand that goblins joked the way humans bled, sparingly, and only in private, accepted the compliment as the gift it was. The room was not small. It was a hall, low-ceilinged, lit by the same sourceless light as Merlin's vault. The floor was a single piece of slate, polished, lined with chalk markings that renewed themselves every morning of their own accord. At the long end stood a rack of practice weapons. At the short end stood a long table covered in books. Along one wall stood a mirror. Along the other ran a single ledge of stone on which a series of small cushioned seats were arranged for instructors, observers, and, on most days, the master combat instructor, an old goblin named Stonewall, who sat with his hands folded over the head of a war hammer and watched his pupil the way a falconer watches a young bird. Harry stood in the middle of the slate, sweating, breathing through his nose, and trying to keep his shoulders loose. "Again," said Stonewall. "My arm, your arm is the body's, not yours. It will ache when it has earned the right. It has not." Again. Harry raised the practice sword. It was a goblin pattern, single-edged, 30 inches at the blade, hilted in leather, shorter and thicker than a wizarding dueling rapier and far more honest. Stonewall had not let him near a wand for the first month. Stonewall had let him near a wand twice in the second month, and only because Master Bonecast had insisted that there was magic the boy needed to be putting through his hand. After that, the wand and the sword had begun to share Harry's afternoons. He still did not understand why he was being taught both. Stonewall said that was the point. The understanding would come when the body had nothing left to learn. He attacked the dummy at the post. He attacked it at angle 1, then 2, then 3, then back to 1. The dummy was a thing of straw and leather over a frame of iron. It did not move. It did not need to. The drill was the lesson, and the dummy was the metronome. "Your wrist is loose." "Yes, sir." "Tighten it." "Yes, sir." He tightened it. The next strike sat better in his arm. The one after that sat better still. The fourth, when it landed, had a small, satisfying weight that he had not put into a strike in his first 2 months. "There," said Stonewall, who almost never praised. "Now 20 more like that." Harry gave him 20. After Stonewall came Bonecast and the runes. Bonecast did not teach in the hall. He took Harry to a smaller room, lined with shelves, with a long oak table and a stack of slates. Bonecast wrote a rune on the first slate. Harry copied it. Bonecast pointed at a second rune in a book. Harry copied that. By the end of the first week Harry could write the basic alphabets of Futhark, of the Welsh staves, and of the older system that had no name and that Bonecast referred to only as the Old Hand. By the end of the third week Harry could combine 3 runes into a stable circle. By the end of the second month he could write a circle that drew a small pinch of warmth out of the air, and by the end of the fourth month he could write one that put a single cold word on the breath of a candle and made the candle stand up straighter in its holder. "It is not magic, child, exactly," said Bonecast, watching him. "Or it is not the magic the wizards of your country call by that name. They wave their wands and they say their spells and they get their effect, and they call it all one thing. We do not. The wand is one tool. The rune is another. The voice is a third. The silence is a fourth. The blood is a fifth. The will is the only thing that uses all of them. The will is what we are training. Wave your hand." Harry waved his hand. Now do it again with intention. Harry waved his hand again, and with it sent a small, careful wish that the candle on the desk should lean a little to the right. The candle leaned a little to the right. Bonecast made the small motion of his head that, in a goblin, was an entire ovation. The grimoire was the last lesson of the day, and it was, by long stretches, the strangest. It had been waiting for him on its small lectern when he had returned, on the morning after the night of the door, to the vault. The portrait of Merlin had been asleep. The library had still not let him in. But on a low shelf near the door of the library, where he had seen the book that stirred when he passed, that book had been removed and placed in his rooms, and it had stayed there ever since. It was small. It was bound in a leather that was warm to the touch. Its pages were thin and fine, and the writing on them was the same knot color as the writing of the door. The grimoire read for him. He had not expected this. He had opened it on the first morning and stared at the page, and the page had blurred, and he had felt something slow move across his eyes the way a hand passes across a sleeping face, and when the blurring had stopped, the page had said, "Begin with breath. Breath is not air. Breath is the place where the body and the will agree to share a thing. If you would learn what I have written here, you will learn it as I learned it, which was in the body, which is to say, in the breath. So sit. So breathe. So begin." He sat. He breathed. He began. The first 10 pages of the grimoire were not magic. They were, he understood later, the long careful preparation of a body and a mind into the shape that magic could be poured through without spilling. He did not understand most of what he read. He did what it told him. By the end of the first month his breath was different. His sleep was different. His hands were different. He could feel, when he sat very still, a thread inside himself that he had not known was there, and the thread had a color, and when he looked at the color for long enough it began to look at him back. The grimoire taught him, in this way, the names of his own muscles. It taught him how to make a fist that was not held tight. It taught him how to walk without weight. It taught him, eventually, in the 3rd month, how to call a small clean light to the cup of his palm by doing nothing more than asking the air politely. The first time he did it, alone in his room, he laughed, and the laugh sounded strange in his own mouth, because he had not laughed in a long time. In the 4th month the grimoire began to teach him the spells that no school in his country would have taught him at any age, and it taught them not as spells but as solutions to small clear problems. How to walk through a wall. How to be in a room without being noticed. How to make a man tell the truth. How to break, very carefully, a binding placed on the will. How to set a binding on the will. How to take a memory out of one's own head and put it in a basin and look at it from the outside. How to take a memory out of someone else's head, with their consent and without it. Without consent? Harry said, on the day the page presented him with the ladder. "It is in the book," said the book, in its own voice in his head, "because it is in the world. Knowing how to do a thing is not the same as doing the thing. Not knowing how it is done leaves you no defense against having it done to you. Read. Practice. Never use it in anger. Use it only to defend. If a man comes for your mind, take his first." Harry read. Harry practiced, on himself, with the door of his room locked and Master Bonecast on call should anything go wrong. Master Bonecast did not need to be called. By the end of the 5th month, Harry could put a memory in a basin and step into it. By the end of the 7th, he could take a thought he no longer wished to carry, set it on a shelf inside his own head, and decline, for as long as he liked, to look at it again. He did not put the cupboard on the shelf. He did not put Vernon there either. He carried both with him. They were a part of his weight. He had decided, in the 2nd week, that he was not going to be the kind of man who threw away the parts of himself that hurt. He was going to be the kind of man who carried them, and who stood up under them, and who, in the carrying, learned what such a weight could do. Days passed. In the chamber's reckoning, weeks. Then months. Then more. The wizarding world, 2 corridors and 4 miles of stone above him, did not know he was there. The wizarding world was busy looking for him in places he was not. The Ministry of Magic had placed his name on a register of missing minors and had asked the Muggle police, very quietly, through the Auror office, to share any reports of a small dark-haired boy of his description. The Muggle police had not shared any reports because the Dursleys, instructed by the cold quiet voice of an unknown caller from a London exchange that had identified itself as Inspector Bone of the Surrey Constabulary, had been told not to file one. The Dursleys had not filed one. They had not, for that matter, slept properly since the night of the lamp by the umbrella stand. Petunia had begun jumping at small sounds. Vernon had begun, when he did not think she was looking, to stand at the kitchen window and stare at nothing. The biscuit tin emptied faster. The drinks cabinet emptied faster than the biscuit tin. Dudley, who was not yet old enough to know that adults could be afraid, watched his parents in the way he had once watched Harry, with the slow interest of a child watching ants. In Scotland, the man with the silver beard was not unraveling, exactly, because Albus Dumbledore did not unravel. He frayed. He frayed at the edges that had only ever been cosmetic anyway, the polite edges he wore when he wished to be liked, which was most of the time. The frayed edges did not affect his work. He continued to direct his school. He continued to hold his seat on the Wizengamot. He continued to chair the International Confederation of Wizards. He continued to write his letters, of which several were now long, careful, and unanswered, addressed to the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts. The unanswered letters had, at last, brought him to Diagon Alley in person, on a wet Tuesday morning of his 4th month of search. In the chamber 4 levels below the Great Hall, Harry was practicing the Periambine that Stonemall had taught him the week before. He did not know that Dumbledore had walked into the bank that morning and asked, with the polite weight of his title, to be received. He did not know that Ragnarok had kept Dumbledore waiting on a public bench in the public hall for 43 minutes, the way a goblin makes a wizard wait when the goblin wishes the wizard to remember exactly which side of the counter the wizard is on. He did not know that Dumbledore had been received, in the end, in a small antechamber rather than in the High Master's office, and that the High Master had not stood when the Chief Warlock entered, and had not offered him tea. He did not know any of it. He found out the next morning at breakfast, from Ironclaw, who told him in the dry summary tone in which Ironclaw recited useful facts. He asked after you, of course. What did you tell him? The High Master told him, with regret, that Gringotts could not, by its laws, comment on whether or not any individual was a client of the bank. The High Master told him, with further regret, that even if such a comment could be offered, it could not be offered to a wizard not connected by blood to the individual concerned. The High Master told him, with rising regret, that even if such a comment could be offered to such a wizard, it would not be offered to a wizard who had, on his last visit to a goblin establishment, behaved in a manner that the establishment had found insulting and would, if pressed, find actionable. He behaved in what manner? He attempted legilimency on a teller. The teller noticed. The teller is the High Master's cousin. The High Master noticed shortly thereafter. He has been waiting for this opportunity for 40 years. Harry, who had not yet learned the word legilimency but who had read enough of the grimoire to recognize the operation under any name, set his spoon down. He looked into a goblin's mind. He attempted to. In your own bank. In our own bank. The wards he was working under, the day he did it, were ours. The teller's mind he was working into was ours. The High Master's enjoyment of the situation, you may imagine, is goblin deep. And he came back. He came back to ask after you. He had no other reason. Then he doesn't know I'm here. He suspects. He cannot prove. He will come again. Ragnarok will see him again. Each time, Ragnarok will give him less, and each time, the giving of less will cost the Chief Warlock more in standing among his peers. By the spring he will, with a great show of reluctance, send another. Snape, said Harry, on a hunch he could not have explained. He had read the name the night before, in a list of wizards Bonecast was teaching him to remember. Ironclaw did not blink. Snape, he said. Yes. We will deny him as well. Harry took up his spoon again. He noticed that his hand was steady. The steadiness was a gift he had not been able to give himself a year ago. He thought, with the quiet of a thought that had become unbothered by being thought, that it would be useful, in the months to come, to know what Albus Dumbledore looked like. Show me his face, he said. Ironclaw produced, from a pocket of his coat, a small framed photograph, the wizarding sort, which moved. The man in the photograph was tall and thin and wore robes the color of plums. His beard reached his belt. His eyes, even in the small frame, had a habit of finding the camera. He smiled. He raised a hand and waved it gently, the way one waves at a much-loved grandchild from a moving carriage. Harry looked at the smile. He looked at the eyes. He looked at the hand. He thought of the portrait of his 13 times removed ancestor, who had said, "He will come kindly. He will come patiently. He will come as a grandfather. Do not, when he comes, mistake love for permission to be moved." "Thank you," Harry said. "Put it away." Ironclaw put it away. After breakfast Harry returned to the chamber. He did not tell Stonewall about the conversation. He did not tell Bonecast either. He did not need to. The chamber and its instructors were the cleanest part of his life. He was learning to keep cleanliness clean. Days passed. A week into the 5th month, the Black Vault problem came to a head. Harry had not thought about Sirius Black in any of his lessons. The name had come up exactly once, in a list of vault numbers that Bonecast had been teaching him to read, and Bonecast had paused on the entry and said, "We will discuss this another day," and moved on. Harry had not pressed. Pressing was a thing he had learned not to do with goblins. They came to topics on their own time. That morning Bonecast came to it. He arrived at the Rune Room earlier than usual. He carried a thick folder under one arm. He laid the folder on the table and sat down opposite Harry and folded his long fingers together, the way an accountant folds his hands when he is about to inform a client of a fact about the client's life that the client has not been told. "Heir," he said. "We need to discuss the vault of your godfather." "I have a godfather." "You do? Where is he?" "In Azkaban. He has been there for 4 years. He was placed there without trial. We knew this, in the bank, by the 2nd week, because the wizard in question had not signed the transfer of his estate at any of our witnesses, and our records, which are not the ministry's records, showed no document by which he would have surrendered his rights or pleaded to a charge. We were under no obligation to inform the ministry of this oddity, and we did not, because the ministry pays nothing for our advice and we extend nothing to it for free. We have been waiting for an interested party to ask. You are now an interested party. He's innocent. We do not know. The bank does not concern itself with innocence. We concern ourselves with paper. The paper says he was never tried. The paper says his estate has been held in trust by the bank for 4 years, untouched, on the principle that we will not transfer a man's wealth out of his control while he lives unless he has signed an instrument permitting it. He has not. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He thought about what the portrait had said. There will be others. You will find them as you go. Can we get him out? Bonecast's eyes, which were normally steady in their orbits, gave the smallest shift Harry had learned to read as the goblin equivalent of relief. Yes, said Master Bonecast. We can. We have been preparing the route to it for a long time, in our patience. We have not had a client who would benefit from us using the route. With your consent, and your standing as the heir of House Potter and now of Merlin, we can submit to the International Confederation of Wizards a petition for review on grounds of procedural irregularity. The ICW does not love the British ministry. The British ministry does not love being asked, in front of the ICW, to explain why one of their citizens has been held without trial. If we submit, with the petition, a memory drawn under veritaserum from a witness who can speak to your godfather's innocence, the trial that has not been held will be held, and held quickly, and held in a room where the British minister will not have the room to lie about it. What witness? That is the difficulty. We do not have one yet. Your godfather knows things that would condemn the people who put him where he is. Your godfather is not in a state to remember those things. The cells of Azkaban work, on the mind, the way a long fast works on the body. We will need to put a man back together before we can ask him to speak. Can we put him back together? With your blood, yes. With his consent, certainly. With the bank's funds, easily. Without any of those things, no. He has my blood. He does. Your father chose well in him, by all accounts. He was your father's closest friend. He was the man who stood at your blessing as your godfather, which under the old laws is a magical bond and not the social formality your country has reduced it to. The bond, in his case, is intact. We have checked. We could not have moved without checking. Then yes. Yes, to which part? All of it. All of it. Get him out. Use my blood. Use my money. Bring him here. Bonecast unfolded his hands. He picked up the folder. He bowed, the small functional bow of a man given an order he was glad to be given, and left. The black business took 6 weeks. Harry, in the chamber, did not see most of it. He saw the part of it that involved a small phial of his own blood, drawn from the inside of his elbow with a courtesy that no Muggle nurse would have managed, sealed in a tube with a goblin sigil. He saw the part of it that involved a long letter, in goblin script, that he was asked to sign at the bottom, formally requesting, as godson, that the bank petition for the release of his godfather. He saw, near the end, a man brought into a side room of the bank's hospital wing on a stretcher levitated by 2 healers, and the man was thin to the point of transparency, and his hair was long and matted, and his eyes were the eyes of a creature that had not slept indoors in 4 years. Harry was not allowed in the room that day. He was allowed in the room 3 days later. The man was sitting up by then. He was not yet whole. He was returning. Harry stood at the foot of the bed with the glamour on his face and did not introduce himself, because Bonecast had told him not to, and because Sirius Black, in the state he was in, would not have understood. Sirius looked at him anyway. The eyes that were the eyes of a man who had not slept indoors in 4 years had not lost their habit of looking. They went over Harry's face. They went over it again. Whatever they saw, they did not name. The dry mouth opened. "You," said Sirius Black. "I know you. Don't I?" "Not yet," said Harry, and the goblin healer at the bedside placed a hand gently on Sirius's shoulder, and Sirius lay back down, and Harry turned and left the room because he did not yet trust himself to stand in it. In the corridor, Master Bonecast was waiting. "He will know me," Harry said. "He will. When he is whole, you will tell him. He will not be whole for some weeks. Until then, you have other work." The other work was the wand work. Stonewall had handed him the wand on the morning of the 6th month with a grunt of approval. Harry had set the practice sword down and taken up the wand from the vault, and Stonewall had said, "Now we begin the war that wizards fight, which is the war you will fight when the day comes, which is not the war I would fight, but it is a war I have buried enough goblins teaching to know about. Give me a stunner." Harry had given him a stunner. The stunner had hit Stonewall in the chest and slid off, because Stonewall wore goblin iron mail under his work coat the way another instructor might wear a leather apron. Stonewall had grunted again. "Better than I expected. You are slow on the wrist." Again. By the 7th month Harry could put a stunner across the hall fast enough that Stonewall did not bother trying to dodge it. He absorbed it on his shield. By the 8th month Stonewall had begun, slowly, to give him things that were not stunners. By the 10th month Harry had bested a goblin warrior in a clean duel, with the warrior's permission, and the warrior had bowed at the end and said something in goblin that Harry, who had been picking up the language without trying, recognized as the sentence meaning, "I will not be the last of us you put on the floor, but I am proud to be the first." There was a duel, in the 11th month, with Stonewall himself. Harry did not win. He did not expect to win. He lasted a full 8 minutes before Stonewall, with a tired courtesy, ended it. 8 minutes against an old master of his house was, Bonecast told him afterwards, more than the bank's last chief of guard had managed in any of his 3 attempts. Harry filed the information and did not let it go to his head. The grimoire had warned him, on its 10th page, that the part of magic most likely to kill him was his own pleasure with it. In the chamber's reckoning, 3 years passed. Outside the chamber, 9 months. Harry grew. He grew the way a body grows when it has been fed and rested and worked, which is to say, he grew at the proper rate, in 3 years of unbroken childhood. He was 8.5, more or less, in the body. He was older in the eye. The healer had told him, at the last appointment, that his bones had finished making up for the 4 years of not being fed properly, and that he was now a child of his height and weight rather than a child of his hunger and his belt. He was a wiry thing, dark-haired, the glamour still in place when he went above ground, his real face on him in his rooms. He moved with the small and exact economy that long training puts into a body. He did not slouch. He did not, when he sat, fidget. He spoke to the goblins he knew by their proper titles. He had been taught to. He had begun, in the last 6 months, to read the bank's ledgers. Not all of them. A few, on Bonecast's recommendation. He read the ledgers because the ledgers told him what was happening above ground. The ledgers told him, for instance, that the Malfoy family was buying, very quietly, properties in Yorkshire. The ledgers told him that the Lestrange family vault, which was kept in a deep level under his own, had been receiving deposits at a rate inconsistent with its declared income, and that the deposits had been arriving from accounts that ran back, through a chain of go-betweens, to one of the houses that the Malfoy family was buying. The ledgers told him, in their dry way, that someone was preparing for something. "He is gathering them," said Master Bonecast, when Harry brought the question to him. Quietly. "Not as Death Eaters, not yet. As a faction. They will be ready for him when he returns. He will return. We have known that for a year." "How?" "Your scar." Harry put his hand to his forehead. The scar was a faded white shape, lightening, just under his hairline. He had asked once. Bonecast had said, later. Today, apparently, was later. "It is a piece of him," said Master Bonecast. "He left it in you when he tried to kill you. We do not yet know how, exactly. We know what it is. He will not be whole until it is removed. He will not be content to leave you alive while it remains. We have studied it. We have begun to learn how to remove it. You will not enjoy the procedure. It will be done when it is the right time." Harry took his hand from his forehead. "Now?" "Not yet. We are not ready. You are not. The day, when it comes, you will know. Until then, we leave it. Do not touch it. Do not, when you sleep, dream into it. The grimoire has shown you how to keep your own door shut at night. Keep it shut." "Yes, sir." In the 11th month above ground, Sirius Black was whole enough to speak. Harry had been visiting him, in the bank's hospital wing, for 6 weeks, in glamour, daily. He had brought books. He had brought tea. He had sat by the bedside and read aloud from a Welsh history Sirius had asked for, because Sirius, as it turned out, had been an indifferent student of Welsh history at school and had decided, in the convalescence forced on him by goblin healers who would not let him read for himself yet, that he was going to fix that gap. Harry had read. Sirius had listened. They had spoken, on small things, of small things. Sirius had not asked Harry's name. Sirius had stopped asking Harry's name, because Sirius, who had not been the brightest student of Welsh history at school but who had not been a stupid man either, had understood by the second week that the question was being deferred for a reason he was being asked to honor. On the morning of the day, Harry came in alone. He sat down in the chair he had been using. Sirius was sitting up. He had a color in his cheeks. The hair, which had been cut very short on the first day and had been allowed to grow back since, was the dark of a young man's hair rather than the iron gray it had been when they had found him. The eyes, which were, as the goblin healer had said, the last to come back, had finished coming back on the morning before. They were gray. They were very keen. They had begun, in the last week, to remember what wit was. Harry put his hand to his face. He did the small thing the grimoire had taught him to do, the small inward turn that Bonecast had named consent, and the glamour came off in the way a coat comes off a shoulder. He sat there with his real face on, in his real shape, and waited. Sirius Black went perfectly still. His mouth moved before his voice did. "Pup," he said, at last, in a voice that was not quite his own, in a voice that was the voice of a younger man being remembered through the voice of an older one. "Oh, pup. Oh." Harry did not say anything. He had been told what to expect. He had been told to let Sirius take his time. Sirius took it. He took several minutes. His face did several things in those minutes that no face should do without an audience braver than Harry was, but Harry sat and watched, because Sirius had come back from Azkaban and Sirius had earned the right to do those things in front of someone who would not flinch, and Harry had decided some weeks ago that he would be that someone. "I knew you," Sirius said, when his face had settled. "I knew you the first day. I thought I was, He laughed. The laugh was thin. "I thought I was hallucinating. The Dementors, you see. They. Anyway. You are here. You are not in. You are not in their house." "No," said Harry. "Where are we?" "Gringotts. The hospital wing. Underground. 11 months. They got you out. 11 months. Sirius closed his eyes. He opened them. "Of mine, or of yours?" "Yours. Mine has been longer." He glanced at the door. He could hear, faintly, the soft tread of a healer in the corridor, listening politely from a polite distance. "I have a lot to tell you. Pup." "Sirius. Tell me whatever you like." Sirius reached out his thin hand. The hand had been a paw a year ago. It was a hand again. "Tell me from the beginning. Take your time. I have nowhere to be." Harry told him. He told him about the cupboard. He told him about the buckle. He told him about the wall that had let him pass. He told him about the rat. He told him, in an aside that made Sirius's hand twitch on the bedclothes, about the rat's missing toe, which Sirius did not remark on at the time but which he asked about, very precisely, half an hour later. He told him about Ragnarok and the parchment and the column of names that ended in Merlin Ambrosius Heir Primary. He told him about the door, and the portrait, and the wand. He told him about Stonewall. He told him about Bonecast. He told him about Dumbledore's letters, and the visit, and the second visit that would come in the spring. He told him about the Lestrange ledger, and the Malfoy properties, and the scar, and the man behind the scar. He talked for 2.5 hours. Sirius did not interrupt once. When Harry had finished, the tea on the side table had gone cold, and the light in the room had moved from the position it had been in when he started to the position it took at the end of the morning. Sirius, after a long pause, made a small sound at the back of his throat that was halfway between a laugh and a sigh. "Pup," he said. "You have had a year." "Yes. We are going to make Lucius Malfoy cry." "I would like that." "Good. We will. Pull the bedclothes off me. Help me up. I have been in this bed long enough." We have work." Harry helped him up. The two of them stood, the 8.5-year-old godson and the not-quite-30-year-old godfather, on the cool stone of the hospital floor of the Goblin Bank, 2 floors below the level where the High Master kept his office, 4 levels above the level where the chamber was that had taught Harry his life. The healer in the corridor, who had been listening politely from a polite distance, knocked once and asked, in Goblin, whether the patient required tea. "Yes," called Sirius, who had picked up enough Goblin in the last month to manage the simple things. "Tea. Strong. And whatever you have for him, because he has been talking too long without a biscuit." Harry laughed, properly, from his belly, for the first time in a year. Above them, 4 levels of stone away, a quill scratched on a ledger as another deposit reached the Lestrange vault from a Yorkshire account. A Goblin clerk, young and dutiful, made a note in the margin of the ledger. The note made its way, by the end of the day, to a small folder in the office of Master Bonecast, which had begun, in the last several months, to thicken in a way that the goblins working on it found professionally satisfying. Above the 4 levels of stone, in his Scottish tower, a man with a silver beard was writing another letter. The letter was the 3rd draft. It was longer than the previous 2, and warmer, and more honest. He sealed it with his thumbprint and addressed it to the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts, by name, in his own hand. He set it on the salver of the owl who would carry it. The owl took it. The owl flew through the night. The owl reached the High Master's office at 6 in the morning. The High Master read the letter. The High Master wrote, on the back of it, a short reply. The reply said, with regret, that the High Master continued to be unable to comment on whether or not any individual was a client of the bank, and added, by way of personal courtesy, the High Master's hope that the Chief Warlock's spring plans should not include another visit to the Goblin establishment, as the High Master would be greatly inconvenienced in his many duties were he to be obliged to receive his old acquaintance again so soon. The High Master signed the reply. He sent it back with the same owl. He sat at his desk for a long while afterwards. Then he allowed himself, in the privacy of his own office, the smallest of his rare smiles. He had been looking forward to signing that reply for 40 years. In the chamber 4 levels below, Harry was making Sirius walk a length of the hospital corridor, and Sirius was complaining about it, and Harry was laughing at the complaints, and Master Bonecast, passing them on his way to the High Master's office with his folder, paused for a half-second and watched them and did not let the watching show. He thought of the boy he had received, 11 months ago, in his rune room on the 2nd day. He thought of how that boy had looked. He thought of how he looked now, walking with his godfather down a stone hall at the bottom of a Goblin bank, both of them laughing. Master Bonecast was, by the standards of his house, an unsentimental goblin. He did not let the watching show. He went on. The folder under his arm was heavy. There was work to do. There would be more. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Wolf at the Door. The petition went to the International Confederation of Wizards on a Thursday morning, and by Thursday afternoon the British Minister for Magic was on his 15th glass of water and had begun to sweat through his second shirt. Cornelius Fudge had not had a calm morning even before the owl arrived. His private secretary had brought him the daily briefing at 8, and the briefing had included 3 small items he did not want to read about and 1 large item he had hoped he would not have to read about for some weeks yet. The 3 small items were the usual: a giant sighted in the Lake District, an irregular shipment of Krupp tails through a port he did not control, and a Hogsmeade publican fined for serving fire whiskey to a leprechaun who had then walked into a dry stone wall. The large item was a note, 2 lines long, from the office of his senior undersecretary, advising him that the Chief Warlock had been unable, on his most recent visit to Gringotts, to obtain the information he sought, and that the Chief Warlock had been seen, in the late afternoon, walking back up Diagon Alley with a face that the senior undersecretary's informant had characterized as, quote, extremely composed. Fudge knew what that meant. Albus Dumbledore was extremely composed only on days when something had gone badly wrong inside him. The minister had set the briefing down. The minister had asked for water. The minister had begun to think, as he often did, that he should perhaps have stayed at the Department of Magical Transportation, where the worst thing that ever happened was a chimney misalignment in Lower Saxony. The owl had arrived at noon. The owl had been one of those long thin grey birds the ICW used for formal correspondence, and it had carried, in a sealed scroll case, 3 documents. The first document was a petition for review of an unprosecuted detention, filed in the matter of one Sirius Orion Black, citizen of Britain, currently in the medical custody of the London branch of Gringotts following his removal from H.M. Magical Prison Azkaban under emergency procedure on the night of the 17th of last month. The second document was a memory bottle, sealed with the seal of the Goblin Nation, certified by 3 goblin healers, drawn under properly administered veritaserum from the prisoner in question, which contained, the third document explained, the prisoner's account of the events leading to his original detention, including the names, dates, places, and, where applicable, the specific spells used by other parties. The third document was the cover letter. The cover letter was signed in the hand of the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts, and the cover letter, in 3 short paragraphs, stated that the bank had become aware of a procedural irregularity in the disposition of a client's estate, that the bank had taken such action as was in its power to investigate and remedy, that the bank had found the client to be alive, lucid, and innocent of the offences for which he had been imprisoned, and that the bank, in light of the irregularity in question, requested the ICW's good offices in arranging a proper trial under proper procedure. The cover letter was very polite. The cover letter was, in places, almost gracious. The cover letter, Fudge understood as he read it, was at the same time a death sentence on his ministry and a public courtesy too elegant to refuse. The minister put the cover letter down. The minister asked for more water. The minister sent for his senior undersecretary, who arrived in pink, a color that did not flatter her at any time and that, this afternoon, made her look, Fudge thought with the precision of the very nervous, like a half-eaten cake. "Dolores," he said. "Tell me you knew about this." "About what, minister?" "This." He pushed the documents across the desk. Dolores Umbridge picked up the cover letter. She read it. She picked up the petition. She read that. She declined to pick up the memory bottle, because memory bottles were not her medium, and she preferred her surprises in writing where she could underline them. She put the documents back on the desk. Her smile, which never quite left her face, set itself a quarter of an inch deeper into the muscle. "It is," she said, "a most regrettable communication. It is a calamity. It is a calamity, minister, yes. Get the chief warlock on the floor. He is, I believe, abroad. He is in the country. He came back from the bank yesterday. The chief warlock," said Madame Umbridge delicately, "has, I believe, declined to take flu calls from this office for the last 14 days. Fudge sagged in his chair. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling was painted with a fresco of Merlin in his stars. The fresco had not been touched in 80 years. It looked, Fudge thought, with a small, queasy revelation that he would refuse, later, to admit had crossed his mind, as if the wizard in the fresco was looking back at him. In Scotland, the chief warlock had been writing his 4th letter to the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts when the same owl arrived at his window. The owl waited politely on the sill. Albus Dumbledore set the letter down. He went to the window. He took the scroll case. He opened it. He read. He stood at his desk for a long time, holding the documents, with the morning sun on his beard and on the silver instruments on the shelves behind him. He did not move. He did not, in the half-hour during which he stood there, move at all. Fawkes, on his perch, watched his master and made no sound. Fawkes, in his long life, had not seen Albus Dumbledore stand quite so still for quite so long. Fawkes considered, with the simple judgment of a phoenix, that this might be the day his master at last took leave of his usual habits and was honest with himself about something. Fawkes was wrong, but Fawkes was, by phoenix standards, young. When Dumbledore at last moved, he set the documents on his desk, took up his quill, and tore in half the fourth letter he had been writing. The fourth letter had been the warmest yet. The warmth had not been working. He took up a new sheet of parchment. He wrote, on the new sheet, a single sentence: "Should very much like to meet your young guest at his convenience and yours." He signed it. He sealed it. He gave it to a separate owl, a smaller and faster one. The owl took it. The owl flew. The owl reached the High Master's office at 11:30. The High Master opened the message. The High Master wrote, on the back of it, a single sentence in reply: "I shall consult with my client and inform you." He sealed the reply. He sent the owl back. By the end of that afternoon the wizarding press of 3 nations had the petition. The Quibbler and the Daily Prophet had it by reasonable means. Le Monde Magique and the Bulgarian Sorcerer had it by less reasonable means, which would later cost the ministry a small but humiliating sum in fines for a leak that would never be traced because no leak had occurred and the documents had simply been handed to the foreign correspondents at a Diagon Alley cafe by a polite goblin in a green cloak who was, by lunchtime, back at his desk in the bank doing something else. By the next morning the front page of the Daily Prophet read Sirius Black alive, bank says wrong man in Azkaban. The article was furious. The article named names. The article, in its third column, quoted a senior aide of the minister, anonymous, complaining that the chief warlock had been unhelpful in this matter for some time, and the wording of that complaint, when the chief warlock read it over his morning tea, made him close his eyes for a long second. The trial was scheduled for the following Tuesday, in the Great Hall of the ICW at The Hague. Harry stayed in the bank. He had been told he could not, by any sensible reckoning, attend the trial. He was a child. He was a child whose existence, as far as the public was concerned, was a matter of speculation. He was a child whose existence, as far as the British ministry was concerned, was a matter of urgent and secret search. He was a child whose existence, as far as the Goblin Council was concerned, was the most carefully guarded secret in living memory. He could not be in a public courtroom in The Hague. He watched the trial in a basin. The basin, Bonecast had explained patiently, was a pensieve of the kind the bank used for its own internal hearings. It received memories live, from a designated witness, by a thread of magic the bank's curse-breakers had built up over 40 years of negotiation with the office of the ICW recorder. The thread cost a small annual fee. The fee had never been worth what it cost until today. The bank had decided, with the precision of an institution that had at last found a use for an investment, to stand the cost. Harry stood by the pensieve in Bonecast's office, with Bonecast at his elbow, and watched. The hall of the ICW was vast. It was lit by tall windows of leaded glass through which a Dutch April afternoon poured pale and serious. The seats rose in tiers around a central well, in which stood a long table for the prosecution and a long table for the defense and a smaller raised table for the panel of judges. The judges, 11 of them, were robed in the colors of their nations. The chief warlock was not on the panel. The chief warlock had recused himself. The chief warlock sat in the gallery, in the back row, in plum, with his hands folded. Sirius Black was at the defense table. He was thin still. He was clean. He was clean-shaven, except for a careful narrow line of beard along the jaw that was not yet a fashion in Britain but would be by the end of the year. He wore a robe the color of dark slate. He did not look like a man who had spent 4 years in Azkaban. He looked like a man who had spent 4 years in a grim European university and was now defending his thesis. He had been coached by a goblin advocate for 3 days. The coaching had been the bank's gift. The British ministry had not been able to send a senior prosecutor. The senior prosecutors had all, that morning, conveniently been booked elsewhere. The British ministry had sent, in the end, a junior prosecutor named Ogden, who was capable and decent and entirely outmatched, and who had read the petition twice on the train and had decided, on the second reading, that he was going to do his best with what he had been given and was going to send a long memorandum to the Wizengamot afterwards explaining why. The trial was over by the lunch break. It went, in Harry's basin, like this: Sirius Black testified, under veritaserum, in front of the panel and the gallery, that he had not been the secret keeper of the Potter family at the time of their death. The secret keeper had been, at his suggestion and with the consent of James and Lily Potter, one Peter Pettigrew, who had been chosen precisely because he was the least likely candidate and who had been, in fact, working for Lord Voldemort for a year before that night. Sirius testified that he had pursued Pettigrew the next morning, that Pettigrew had cut off his own finger and faked his own death and fled into the sewers in his animagus form of a rat, and that Sirius had been arrested in the street within the hour while still laughing, because the only thing he had been able to think to do, at the moment of his arrest, had been to laugh at how completely he had been outplayed. The hall was silent for a long time after he finished. Cornelius Fudge, in the British delegation's bench at the side of the gallery, did not move. Albus Dumbledore, at the back of the gallery, did move. He bowed his head a fraction. He sat with his eyes closed for the rest of the morning. He did not speak. The senior judge, a Brazilian witch in scarlet, asked Mr. Ogden whether the Crown wished to cross-examine. Mr. Ogden, with great courage, said no. Mr. Ogden, with less courage but more sense, requested instead that the panel consider, in the strongest possible terms, an immediate dismissal of the original charges and a referral to the British Ministry of the question of compensation. The panel did consider. The panel returned in 19 minutes. The panel ruled. The original detention was without lawful basis. The accused was acquitted on all counts. Compensation in the amount of 500,000 galleons, to be paid by the British Ministry, was awarded for the years of unlawful imprisonment. A separate referral was issued to the British Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement requiring the immediate opening of a warrant for the arrest of Peter Pettigrew, alive or, if the long pursuit of him had become beyond the means of the department, deceased. Sirius stood up. Sirius bowed to the panel. Sirius did not look at Fudge. Sirius did not look, especially, at Dumbledore. Sirius walked out of the chamber down the central aisle with the small, exact dignity of a man who had been waiting 4 years for exactly this walk. In the office of Master Bonecast, Harry exhaled. He had not known he had been holding his breath. "It is done," said Bonecast. "He's free. He is. The bank's part in the matter is, at this moment, public. The Chief Warlock will pay us a visit by the end of the week. The Minister will pay us a visit by the end of the month, when he has finished cleaning up his own house. Other parties will pay us visits before either." "What other parties?" "You will see." Sirius came home that evening through a portkey arranged by the bank, which deposited him directly into the High Master's outer office without his ever needing to set foot in a British Ministry transport hub. The High Master received him in person. Harry was waiting at the High Master's elbow, in his real face, no glamour, the wand at his belt and the small careful posture of a child who had grown into a self. Sirius walked in. Sirius saw Harry. Sirius saw Ragnarok. Sirius dropped, with a grace he had not had a year ago, onto one knee in front of the High Master, in the formal posture of a wizard who had been freed by a goblin's good offices, which was an old gesture and one no living wizard had been required to make for centuries. "High Master Ragnarok," said Sirius, in the formal phrasing the goblin advocate had taught him on the train, "you have given me my life back. The House of Black, in my person, accepts the debt and, with your leave, will pay it as you direct." Ragnarok looked down at him for a long moment. Then he said, with a gentleness Harry had not heard in him before, "Stand up, Lord Black. Your debt is not to me. Your debt is to your godson, who is the reason your case was opened. Your debt to him you will pay every day of the rest of your life, in the keeping of him. That is enough debt for any wizard. Now embrace your boy. He has been waiting for you a year." Sirius stood. He turned. He looked at Harry. The eyes that had been the eyes of a man who had not slept indoors in 4 years were now the eyes of a man who had decided, at last, to live indoors. He crossed the office in 3 long steps and went down on one knee in front of Harry, and he opened his arms, and Harry, who had been told, all his life, that he was not the kind of child anyone would open their arms to, walked the small distance into the embrace and stayed there. Sirius held him a long time. Sirius did not weep. He had wept enough already. He pressed his cheek against Harry's hair and breathed, the long slow goblin breath the healers had taught him, the breath that a body uses when it is rebuilding itself, and Harry breathed with him, and the two of them stood like that for a length of time the High Master did not interrupt. When they separated, Sirius cleared his throat. "Right," he said, briskly. "Right. Let us be useful." Harry laughed. "Useful how?" "Pup. You and I are going to plan a great many small things. We are going to plan the way I am going to walk into the Wizengamot, in a fortnight, and reclaim the seat of House Black. We are going to plan the way you are going to walk into the Wizengamot a fortnight after that and reclaim several of your own. We are going to plan, with the High Master's good leave, the speech you are going to give when the time comes for you to be seen. And we are going to plan, before any of that, the small careful matter of finding Peter Pettigrew, who is somewhere on this island in his rat form right now, and who I am going to break with my hands." "With our hands," said Harry. Sirius looked down at him. "With our hands," he agreed. The chief warlock came on Friday, as predicted. Ragnarok received him in the small antechamber. Harry was not in the room. Harry was in the room next door, behind a pane of one-way glass that Master Bonecast had built into the wall some weeks before, watching with Sirius at his shoulder. Albus Dumbledore came in alone. He carried no parcels. He wore the plum robes. He took the chair that the High Master gestured to. He sat. "High Master," said Dumbledore. "I owe you an apology." "You do," said Ragnarok. "I owe you several. I shall not bore you with them. I shall offer the one that matters. I attempted, on my last visit, to use my abilities on a member of your staff. I should not have done so. There is no defense I can offer that is not an excuse. I shall not offer it. I am sorry." Ragnarok did not respond for a long second. "The teller is my cousin. I know. He is offended. I shall write to him. With your leave. He will not read the letter. Then I shall send him another. He will not read that either. I shall keep writing them, High Master, until he does. I shall write him 1 letter a week, for the rest of his life or mine, whichever is shorter, and I shall not ask him to read them, only to keep them. Eventually a goblin will have a great many letters. He may, at his discretion, burn them. He may, at his discretion, read one. The choice will be his. The penance will be mine." Ragnarok considered this. The flint of his eye moved, in the smallest possible degree, in the direction of Harry's hidden window. "That is not a wizard's apology," said Ragnarok. "That is something closer to a goblin's. I find, against my expectation, that I am not quite as offended as I came in expecting to be. Let it stand. Now. To business. To business. You came, today, in your own letter, to ask after a young guest of the bank. Yes. You are aware that I cannot, by our laws, comment on whether or not any individual is a client of the bank. I am. And you are aware that even if I could, I should not, to a wizard not connected by blood to the individual concerned. I am. And you are aware, finally, that the wards under which your previous visit took place have been adjusted in such a manner that any further attempt to look into the mind of any goblin in this building will result, instantly and without process, in the visitor being deposited, by force of magic, in a place of our choosing. I am, in fact, aware. I have been aware for some weeks. And you have come anyway. I have come anyway. For what purpose? Dumbledore did not speak for a moment. He did, though, with a courtesy Harry, watching, found himself reluctantly admiring, set his hands flat on the arms of his chair. The setting was a small physical signal of a wizard who wished it to be very plain that he had not put his hands within reach of his wand. "I wish to send a message," Dumbledore said, "to the young guest. I do not ask to deliver it. I do not ask for an answer. I do not ask for confirmation that the young guest has received it. I ask only that, if there is in fact a young guest of the kind I am imagining, the message be left where the young guest may, at his discretion, read it. The message is brief. It will fit on the back of a calling card." He took, from a pocket of his robe, a small square of cream paper. He slid it across the table. Ragnarok did not pick it up. "Read it aloud," said the High Master. Dumbledore inclined his head. He picked the card up himself. He read. "Harry. I am sorry. I shall be sorry for the rest of my life. I should very much like, when you are ready, to apologize to your face for the choice I made when you were a baby. I shall not seek you out. If you wish to find me, you know where my tower is. With great respect, Albus Dumbledore." He set the card down. The room was silent. Harry, behind the glass, did not move. Sirius, behind him, made a small noise in his throat that was almost a growl. Sirius had been, at school, the kind of boy who liked Albus Dumbledore. Sirius, after Azkaban, had not arrived at any settled opinion on the man yet. He had, in the last week, been working it out. The card did not make the working out easier. Sirius had wanted, on the morning of the trial, to be allowed to hate Dumbledore cleanly. The card was not letting him. Ragnarok, in the antechamber, picked the card up. He looked at it. He folded it in half, the long way, the goblin fold of a document not to be passed on. He laid it on the corner of the table, by his elbow, where it could neither be hidden nor handed. "It will be left in a drawer," said Ragnarok, "in a room of our choosing. If the young guest of whose existence I cannot comment passes the room, and opens the drawer, and reads the card, that is between him and the drawer. I shall make no recommendation." Dumbledore inclined his head again. "That," he said, "is more than I had any right to ask. Thank you." He stood. He did not extend his hand. He had not extended his hand, on his previous visit, because he had been ejected before there had been time. He did not extend it now because he had learned, in the intervening months, that extending a hand to a goblin who had not extended his first was the kind of small misstep he had been making in this matter from the beginning, and he had stopped making it. He left. Severus Snape arrived 2 days later. Snape was not announced. Snape had not, by all accounts, been sent. Snape had taken it upon himself, as Snape did with so many things, to come without instruction, on the principle that he did not need instruction in order to know that something was wrong and that he might, with luck, be the one who set it right. He came in a black cloak. He carried a small black bag. He asked, at the counter, for an audience with the High Master. Ragnarok did not see him. Ragnarok sent Ironclaw out to the public hall to see him. Ironclaw, in the public hall, which was crowded, spoke to Severus Snape briefly, in his dry tone, in front of 24 witnesses. "Mr. Snape," Ironclaw said. "The High Master regrets that he is unable to receive you today. I shall wait." "You will wait, sir, for as long as you wish, but the High Master is not on the premises today and will not be receiving on subsequent days either. I shall return. You will be turned away, sir, on every return, by my hand or by another's, until the High Master sends you word otherwise. The High Master does not anticipate sending you that word. I am to convey his regrets." Snape, who was not a man who flinched, did not flinch. Snape, who was a man who turned a long thin face toward an opposition like a drawn knife, did so. The 24 witnesses, whose attention Ironclaw had drawn with deliberation, watched. Snape did not raise his voice. Snape inclined his head a precise centimeter, turned on his heel, and walked out of the hall. By the end of the afternoon the wizarding gossip of 3 pubs in Diagon Alley carried the story of Severus Snape, sent in some unknown errand by Albus Dumbledore, refused service at the public counter of Gringotts. The story, by morning, was on the second page of the Daily Prophet, with a photograph of Snape on the steps that the photographer had taken from inside the hall through the open door. The headline of the small article was, "Hogwarts Potions Master Snubbed at Bank." Dumbledore, in his tower, read the small article. Dumbledore, in his tower, did not summon Snape that afternoon. Dumbledore, in his tower, did not write him a note. Dumbledore had, at last, understood that he was being made, slowly, to look like a fool in print. He had decided that being made to look like a fool in print was, on balance, a survivable indignity, and that the best response was to do nothing at all in public for a period of weeks, while he tried to think. Sirius's first public appearance was at the Wizengamot, on a Wednesday morning, in the seat of House Black. The seat had been empty for the 4 years of his imprisonment and for the 18 months of his estate's management in trust. He took it. He did not give a speech. He did not need to. The other lords and ladies of the British Wizarding Court turned to him as he sat, and many of them inclined their heads, and some of them did not. He filed the inclinings and the not inclinings the way a man files a list of small, important things to remember. That evening he returned to the bank. Harry was waiting in the High Master's outer office, with Ragnarok, with Bonecast. "Pup," said Sirius. "I need to tell you something." "All right." Lucius Malfoy did not incline. "No. No." Nor did 3 men I'd name as his names. Crabbe. Goyle. Not. "All right. The interesting one is the 4th. "Who?" "Yaxley." Master Bonecast made a small note in his ledger. "And the second interesting one," said Sirius, "is who did incline. Tonks. Greengrass. Bones. Longbottom. Diggory. Old Abbot. McKinnon's son, who is in his first year of taking his mother's seat. The chief warlock himself, by the way." Quite pointedly. "He did it twice, the second time for the room." "And what does that tell us?" "It tells us," said Sirius, "that the chief warlock is preparing to hand you a great deal of cover when you walk in. Which means he wants you to walk in. Which means he is preparing to ask you something, in front of a room. The question will be public, gentle, fatherly. The answer will be expected to match. We need to decide what your answer will be." Harry looked at the High Master. The High Master's face did not change. "Sit down, all of you," said Ragnarok. "I will have tea brought. We are going to plan." They planned. They planned that night. They planned the following day. They planned for the better part of a week, in the High Master's office, with Master Bonecast taking notes in his ledger and Sirius pacing the carpet and Harry sitting very still in the deep chair and listening, and asking, when he asked, the kind of small precise question that adults around a planning table eventually stop being surprised at when they come from a child. In the public mind of Wizarding Britain, the Black Exoneration was the story of the month. It dominated the front page for 9 days. It dominated the evening WWN broadcast for 6. It produced 2 op-ed pieces, 3 editorials, a letter from the Wizengamot's most respected retired member castigating the ministry for its conduct, and an awkward and short statement from Cornelius Fudge in which the minister thanked the Goblin Nation, with great warmth, for the assistance the bank had rendered in clearing up an unfortunate procedural matter from a previous administration. The previous administration had been Fudge's own. The minister did not labor the point. He had been advised, by his senior undersecretary, to keep the statement brief, and he had kept it brief, and the brevity had not saved him, because the next morning Madame Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement convened a private inquiry, with the Wizengamot's blessing, into the original conduct of the case, and Madame Bones did not labor points either. And Madame Bones was not a woman whose private inquiries were known to remain private for long. By the end of the second week, the story moved from Black to Pettigrew. The Aurors announced a public warrant. The warrant carried a reward. The reward was paid for, quietly, by the bank, which had decided that Pettigrew's capture was a thing the bank was prepared to invest in. Master Bonecast, in his folder, made a note: 10,000 galleons offered, 20,000 more available on confirmation of identity. The note went into the small black book on Bonecast's shelf, which had, in the last 12 months, become, by Bonecast standards, an exceptionally interesting book. Pettigrew was not caught. Pettigrew, in his rat form, in a small house in Albania, where he had gone 5 months before, was being kept by a thing that had once been Tom Riddle in a body that had once been a snake. Pettigrew did not know that he was no longer in Britain. Pettigrew did not know that the warrant had been issued. Pettigrew did know, with the slow rat clarity of a man who had been a man and then a rat for too long, that the master he had run to had no kindness left in him at all, and that the only thing keeping Pettigrew alive was the master's calculation that the rat would, in time, be useful in a particular way that the rat would not enjoy. Harry, in the bank, thought sometimes of Peter Pettigrew. He had thought of him daily, in the chamber, since Sirius had first named him. He had thought of him with a clarity that surprised him in his calmer moments. He did not, when he thought of him, feel the rage Sirius felt. He felt, instead, a small cold patience that was waiting for the right time. He had read, in the grimoire, on the page that taught how to keep a binding stable for years, the line that said, "Patience, child, is the difference between a wizard and a fool. A fool hates today. A wizard hates on the day that pays." He intended to be the wizard. Sirius's second public appearance, 2.5 weeks after his first, was at a charity gala thrown by the Daily Prophet for the benefit of the Magical Children's Hospital. He went on the bank's advice, in dress robes the color of midnight. He attended alone, except for the 2 goblin advocates who were officially his counsel and who functioned, in practice, as his bodyguard. He spoke to 30 people. He was photographed. He drank 1 glass of wine and 1 glass of water. He accepted, with a politeness Sirius had not had in his life before, the condolences of 7 witches who had thought, at one point or another in the last 4 years, that they had been in love with him in their schooldays. He left at midnight, having performed the small public penance of being seen as a man and not a story, and went home to the bank, where Harry was awake and reading. "How was it?" said Harry. "Tedious." "Did anyone mention me?" 3. Politely. "None pressed." "Good. They will press, in time." "I know." "Pup." "Yes." Sirius sat down opposite him on the rug of the small private parlor the bank had set aside for them. He took off his outer robe. He looked, for a long second, at the boy who was reading. "What are you reading?" Harry held up the book. The book was the small grimoire. The page was open at a passage on the breaking of vows. "I see," said Sirius. "Pup. I want to ask you something." "Yes." "When you walk into the Wizengamot, in 2 weeks, and stand up and say what we have been planning that you should say, the rooms of this country are going to change shape. We have planned for that. I want you to know that I want you to do it. I am not here to talk you out of it. I am here, when it is done, to be the friend at your side who walks you out of the room. I want you to know that I want it. I know. You are 8. I know. You are also old enough to do this, by the laws of the bank and the laws of the ICW and the laws of any sensible reckoning. You are also old enough by the only law that matters, which is the law of having survived. I would not ask a child of 8 to do this. I am not asking a child. I know. All right." Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Go to bed soon. We have an early morning. We are going to finish the speech tomorrow." "All right." Sirius left. Harry read for another hour. At the end of the hour, he closed the book. He lay back on the rug with his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling of the parlor, which was painted with a small careful pattern of stars in the goblin manner, a little more orderly than the night sky was in fact. He thought about Albus Dumbledore. He thought about the card in the drawer of an antechamber whose drawer he had not yet opened, in a room he had been, twice in the last week, very tempted to walk into. He had not walked in. He had decided, with the patience the grimoire had taught him, that the card would wait. The card would still be there next week. He would read it on the day he chose, not the day Dumbledore had chosen. He had, in the small private way one decides such things in the privacy of one's own head, decided that he was going to grant Dumbledore the apology in the end, because the man had, by his own measure, done a thing in the public hall of Gringotts that no chief warlock had done before and that mattered. But he would grant it on his own day, in his own time, in a manner that would make clear to Albus Dumbledore that the arrangement of Harry Potter was no longer in his hands and would never be again. He closed his eyes. He breathed the long slow breath the grimoire had taught him. In the basin in Bonecast's office, lit faintly by the night light of the rune above the door, the surface of the memory water moved in a small still ripple. The ripple was a record. The record was the closing recording of the day, the bank's habit of capturing the last hour of the day in a pensieve in case a memory might be needed later. The ripple settled. The basin went still. Master Bonecast, who liked to come in at night and look at the basin before he turned the runes off, came in. He looked at the basin. He turned the runes off. He went home. Outside the bank, on Diagon Alley, the lights had begun to dim for the evening. The shops were closing one by one. A small light burned still at Ollivander's, where the old wand maker, who never quite slept, was sorting a new shipment of cores. The old wand maker paused with a phoenix feather in his hand. He stood very still. He looked, without looking at anything, in the direction of Gringotts. He said, to nobody, he has his wand. Then he went on with his sorting, and the night went on with its night. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Reveal. 2 years more passed before Harry walked into the Wizengamot. The decision to wait had been Sirius's, in the end. Master Bonecast had wanted Harry in the chamber a year sooner, in part because the bank had political momentum it did not wish to lose, in part because Bonecast, who was a goblin, did not have the same instincts as a wizard about how a child of 11 looks in a public room versus how a child of 8 looks. Sirius had argued the other way. The room, Sirius said, was a thing that judged a body before it judged a voice. The room would judge a child of 8 as a child of 8 no matter what came out of the child's mouth, and the planning of that morning had, at every pass through the planning, depended on the room not being able to dismiss Harry as a child. Sirius had asked for 2 years. The High Master had granted them. The 2 years had been spent, without exception, by Harry under the bank's roof, in the chamber, in the rune room, in the library, which had at last admitted him in the second month after Sirius's exoneration and had taught him things since. He was not a tall 11. He had not had the height of his father's line from the start, and 4 years of malnourishment in a Surrey cupboard could not be made up entirely by even the best of goblin medicine. He was wiry and quick and he carried his shoulders square, which made him seem larger than he was. He had grown his hair a little longer. The scar he had begun to cover with a careful charm of his own design, taught to him by Bonecast and refined by his own hand. He wore, on the morning of the Wizengamot, a robe of the deep green of pine bark, lined in silver, with the small badge of House Potter at one shoulder and the small black star of the Goblin Nation's seal of alliance at the other. He stood in front of the long mirror in his rooms for 1 minute exactly. He did not look at himself the way a child looks at himself in a mirror before going to a party. He looked at himself the way a soldier looks at his kit before a march. Boots, polished. Robe, cleaned. Hair, lying. Wand, in the wrist sheath under his sleeve. Second wand, the practice Bonecast had insisted he carry as a decoy, in the visible sheath at his belt. 3 runed coins in his left pocket, each capable of summoning, if pressed, a particular kind of help from a particular distance. The small folded card from Albus Dumbledore in the inner pocket of his robe, where he had kept it for the last 4 months, since the day he had finally walked into the antechamber and opened the drawer. He had not yet replied to the card. He had decided that today's business was a more honest reply than any letter he could write. He breathed once. He turned from the mirror. Sirius was waiting in the hall. Sirius wore black, with the black family crest on his shoulder. Sirius had cut his hair short for the occasion and had spent 15 minutes the night before with Master Bonecast learning, all over again, how to bow correctly to the Wizengamot central seat without giving the impression of fawning. Pup. Sirius. Ready? Yes. Good. Sirius offered Harry his arm, the formal way, the wrist-to-wrist clasp of 2 members of the same house before a public duty. Harry took it. The clasp was a small thing. It steadied them both. The High Master joined them at the door. Ragnarok wore robes of state. Ragnarok had not worn robes of state, except at the funerals of 2 predecessors, in his entire term. He wore them now because the bank, on this morning, was not represented by a goblin. The bank was represented by a wizard, and the wizard was represented by the bank, and the High Master was here to make the second of those statements stand up in a room of the first. They went up to the public floor of the bank. They went out into Diagon Alley by the front doors. The street had been waiting for them for the better part of an hour. The street was full. The press was out. The cameras were out. The wizards of Diagon Alley, who had heard a rumor for 48 hours that something was happening today, had filled the pavements 3 deep on either side of the road from Gringotts to the Ministry's official apparition point at the foot of the alley. Harry walked the gauntlet without looking at any one face. He had practiced the walking. He had practiced it in the chamber, with Stonewall shouting things at him from the side, hostile things, the kind of things hostile witches and hostile wizards were going to shout, and Harry had practiced not flinching, and the practice had paid for itself this morning many times over. He did not flinch. He walked beside Sirius. Ragnarok walked half a pace behind, as a chief of state walks behind a sovereign whose appointment he has come to witness. The crowd did not shout. The crowd had been too astonished, when the doors had opened and the boy had come out, to remember what they had come for. The crowd had thought, until the moment Harry's foot crossed the threshold of the bank, that the rumor they had been given might be a hoax. The boy on the steps was not a hoax. The boy on the steps had a face that several witches in the crowd, who had known James Potter at school, recognized in a single second. There was a long murmur. There was no shout. The murmur followed Harry down the alley like a slow and rising sea. At the apparition point, the bank's chief of escort, a goblin in dress armor named Goldhilt, stood with his hand on the haft of a small ceremonial axe. He bowed, the goblin half-bow, when Harry approached. He keyed the portkey set on a low pedestal beside him. The portkey was a single iron coin. Sirius and Harry and Ragnarok placed their hands on the coin together. Goldhilt spoke a word. The Wizengamot's public lobby was crowded. There were perhaps 300 people present in a space designed for 200. The crowd parted for them in a long wedge. The crowd did not, by ICW protocol, applaud, but the crowd held its collective breath in the way crowds do in old churches when a bride is walking down the aisle. Harry filed the comparison, in the back of his head, and made a small private note that brides walk down the aisle alone, while he walked down the lobby with his godfather on one side and the High Master of Gringotts on the other, and that the comparison was therefore inexact. The doors of the chamber opened. Harry went through. The chamber was not, in Harry's first visual impression, the room he had expected. It was a circle, not a hall. The seats rose in tiers around a central well in which stood a single chair and a single small podium. The chief warlock's seat was on the highest tier, in the center, plum-cushioned, with the carved shape of a phoenix on its arm. The Wizengamot, in their robes of office, were already in their places. The chief warlock, in his robes, was in his. Harry walked down the central aisle. Sirius peeled off at the row marked for House Black. Ragnarok stopped at the polished black rail that marked the speaker's well. Harry kept walking. He did not stop until he stood at the small podium in the center of the well. He set his hands lightly on the rail of it. He looked up at the chief warlock. The chief warlock looked back at him. The blue eyes that had been the eyes of Albus Dumbledore in countless photographs were a color Harry recognized at once. They were the color of old kindness. They were a color he had been told, by a portrait in a vault under London, to be careful of. The chief warlock raised his hand. The chamber, which had been murmuring, fell silent. "Honored members of the Wizengamot," said Albus Dumbledore, in his formal voice, "we are convened in extraordinary session at the request of the Goblin Nation, in the matter of an inheritance that has been the subject of correspondence with the bank for some months. We have before us, today, a young wizard who has come of age, in the eye of the International Confederation, to claim seats in this chamber that have been vacant a long time. He has been brought before us by the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts, who acts as his auditor, and is accompanied by his godfather, Lord Black, who acts as his magical kinsman in the formal sense. We will hear the claim. We will, in our long custom, make no decision of our own until the claim has been heard in full. I call upon the petitioner. Will you state your name, for the record?" "Harry James Potter," said Harry, into the slight echo of the chamber. His voice carried farther than he had expected it to. The acoustics of the room, which had been built in the 11th century by a Welsh wizard who had wanted his prosecutions to be heard, did the work of an adult voice for him. "Of the House of Potter." "And the other houses you claim, sir?" "Of the House of Peveril, by direct descent through House Potter." A small ripple in the chamber. "Of the House of Gryffindor, by inheritance and by right of conquest." A larger ripple. "And," said Harry, with the small, exact pause Sirius had drilled into him, "of the House of Merlin, by primary heirship, as confirmed by the seals of Gringotts and by the testimony of a portrait left in trust by my ancestor for this day." The chamber did not quite gasp. The chamber, which was made up of grown wizards and witches who had been trained from their teens not to gasp at anything, made instead a long collective intake of breath that was the collective gasp of a chamber that had just received the news of its own change. Heads turned. Two members of the lower tier stood up. The chief warlock raised his hand again. The chamber settled, slowly. "Mr. Potter," said Albus Dumbledore. His voice was very even. "These are claims of considerable weight. The Wizengamot is required, by its own laws, to test them. The High Master of Gringotts has, I see, brought his evidence." "He has, Chief Warlock." "Then let it be presented." Master Bonecast, who had been standing with the bank's small delegation at the rail, came forward. He carried, in his arms, a single rolled parchment, sealed in black wax. He laid the parchment on the podium beside Harry's hand. He stepped back. The wax broke on its own when the parchment touched the bank's auditing rune set into the wood of the podium. The parchment unrolled itself. The names that had appeared on the night of Harry's blood test, 6.5 years before, wrote themselves out again in their colors, gold and silver and dark red, and the knot color of Merlin Ambrosius Heir primary, and the knot color glowed, in the central well of the Wizengamot chamber, the way it had glowed in Ragnarok's office on the first night, and the older members of the chamber, who had read in their schoolboy textbooks about the color and had thought it a poetic license of historians, understood for the first time that the color was a real thing, and that they were looking at it. The chief warlock did not speak for a long moment. "The bank's seal is unmistakable," he said, at last. "The line of Merlin Ambrosius, which has not appeared on a Wizengamot record in 900 years, is unmistakable. I do not believe, and I shall not insult the chamber by pretending otherwise, that this evidence requires further test. Honored members, are there any questions on the genealogy?" There were not. There were several members who would have liked to have questions. There were no questions any of them were prepared to ask in front of a column of writing in a color they had been raised to believe was lost. "Very well," said Dumbledore. "The genealogy is accepted. The seats are recognized. Mr. Potter, you have come before this chamber today to claim them. Will you take them now?" "I will, Chief Warlock." "Then in the name of this body, and by the long custom of this island, I, in my office of Chief Warlock, recognize you as Lord Potter, Lord Peveril, Lord Gryffindor, and heir of Merlin, with all the rights, privileges, and burdens of those houses. You will swear, in the formal phrasing, before you take your seat, that you accept those burdens." "I swear. By your magic." "By my magic." The chamber went, for a heartbeat, very quiet. The oath had teeth in it. The oath would have killed any wizard who took it falsely. It did not kill Harry. It settled on him as a slight cool weight, which lifted, after a moment, into the unremarkable feeling of a cloak that fitted. A small commotion broke the quiet. A man in the back of the lower tier had stood up. Lucius Malfoy, in dove-grey robes, with his cane in one hand and his other hand held up for the chair's attention, was on his feet. "Chief Warlock. Lord Malfoy. With the chamber's leave, I should like to raise a procedural objection." "You may speak, Lord Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy spoke. He spoke in the careful drawing-room tone that Sirius had warned Harry about, the tone of a man who was making, in public, a small and reasonable observation that, if the chamber accepted it, would end the morning's business with a polite postponement and a private summons to a private office. Lord Malfoy observed that the petitioner was a child. Lord Malfoy observed that, while the genealogy was undoubted, the magical adulthood of the petitioner depended on a separate procedure. Lord Malfoy observed that the procedure had, by his understanding, been performed under goblin auspices, in goblin custody, with goblin witnesses, and that the chamber should perhaps, in the interest of caution, satisfy itself that the procedure had complied with the laws of this country before recognizing it. Lord Malfoy observed that, in the absence of such a satisfaction, the petitioner's seats might be held in abeyance for an interim period, during which an appropriate magical guardian could be appointed to act on the petitioner's behalf, until the petitioner came of age in the more conventional reckoning. The chamber, listening, did not stir. The chamber, listening, was waiting to see how the boy at the podium would take this. The boy at the podium was not a boy several of them had ever seen before. The boy at the podium did not have a precedent in their reading. Harry waited until Lord Malfoy was finished. He waited 2 more beats after, the way Sirius had told him to wait, because the silence of waiting was itself a tool. Then he spoke. "Lord Malfoy. Lord Potter. You are correct that the procedure of magical adulthood was performed under goblin auspices. You are correct that it was witnessed by goblins. You are not correct in your implication that it does not comply with the laws of this country. The procedure is the same procedure used in the year 1283 by Edmund Crouch, your great-grandfather's great-grandfather's nephew, who took his house at the age of 9 in the same chamber on the same parchment. The procedure is the same one used in 1502 by Eleanor Rosier, who I believe is an ancestress of yours by marriage. The procedure is the same one used in 1719 by James Potter, who is an ancestor of mine by direct descent, and whose house I have claimed today. The procedure has been recognized by this chamber on every previous occasion that it has been used. To question it now, when a goblin has signed it, is to imply that the goblins of London have, in this instance and no other, performed it incorrectly. That implication, Lord Malfoy, is one that the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts, who is standing at the rail behind me, will I am sure be glad to address with you privately at any time you wish to schedule a conversation." Lord Malfoy did not, on hearing this, change his expression. Lord Malfoy did, on hearing this, turn his head a fraction in Ragnarok's direction. Ragnarok, at the rail, did not turn his head at all. Ragnarok looked straight ahead, with the small, polite stillness of a man who had not been addressed and who was waiting, with patience, to see if he would need to be. "Furthermore," said Harry, before Lord Malfoy had decided whether to sit down, you raised the matter of an interim guardian. I shall save the chamber the trouble of debating that point. By the laws of magical adulthood, an emancipated minor cannot be placed under guardianship. I am emancipated. The point is not before this chamber. I do, however, wish to address a related matter that may interest the chamber, since you have raised it. I have been raised, since the deaths of my parents, by a Muggle aunt and uncle, who were placed in charge of me by a person whose name I will speak in a moment. The aunt and uncle have, in the course of those 4 years, committed against me a series of offenses that include sustained physical assault, deliberate starvation, denial of medical care, and false imprisonment. Master Healer Knife of the Mountain, of the Gringotts Hospital Wing, has signed an affidavit, which has been submitted with the bank's evidence today, that documents the bodily evidence of these offenses as they were found on me on the night of my arrival. The affidavit is on the table at the rail. I should like, with the chamber's leave, to ask the Auror office, through the Chief Warlock, to open a warrant for the arrest of Vernon and Petunia Dursley of No. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, on the appropriate charges. I should also like, in the same motion, to ask the Wizengamot to record, in its own files, a request for an inquiry into the placement that put me in their care. The chamber moved. Several members were now standing. Madame Bones, in the corner, was already writing. Lord Malfoy had, very quietly, sat down. Lord Malfoy had sat down because Lord Malfoy understood, with the precision of a man who had spent a great deal of money over a great many years to remain seated, that today was not, after all, going to be the day he stood up. The Chief Warlock rose. The chamber will hear the motion, he said. Madame Bones, will you take it down? I will, Chief Warlock. Then it is taken. The Auror office will move on the warrants this afternoon. The Wizengamot will, at its next sitting, schedule the inquiry. Lord Potter, you mentioned a name in connection with your placement. Yes, Chief Warlock. You may speak it. Harry looked up at the high seat. The blue eyes in it were the color of old kindness, and the kindness had a tightness to it now, the way a cloak has a tightness when its wearer has just been asked, in front of his peers, to walk over a lake whose ice he does not entirely trust. The person who placed me with my aunt and uncle, said Harry, was you, Chief Warlock. There was no sound in the chamber for several seconds. The chamber had not, in this generation, heard a man, much less a child, address Albus Dumbledore that way, in his office, in his chair, in his own chamber, in front of the press. The chamber had not been ready for it. The chamber had thought, even up to 2 minutes before, that the climax of the morning would be the recognition of the claims and the small humiliating defeat of Lord Malfoy. The chamber was learning, 2 minutes after it had thought it had learned the shape of the day, that the shape of the day was a long deeper thing than it had imagined. Albus Dumbledore did not flinch. That is correct, Lord Potter. You did so without a ministry hearing, without a magical guardian's consent, without notification of the Goblin Nation, and without the ICW's knowledge. That is also correct, Lord Potter. On what authority, Chief Warlock? On my own. And if this chamber's inquiry concludes, in a few weeks' time, that your authority did not extend to the placement, will you accept its judgment? Albus Dumbledore looked at the small boy at the podium for a long moment. He inclined his head a fraction. The fraction was, for any reader of the Chief Warlock's habits, an unmistakable bow. I will, Lord Potter. Thank you, Chief Warlock. You are very welcome, Lord Potter. Will you take your seat now? I will. Harry stepped down from the podium. He walked, with Sirius beside him, to the row of seats reserved for House Potter. He took the seat. The seat received him. The cushion of it warmed under him in the small magical way of seats that were tied to their houses, which was, Sirius had told him, a sensation a wizard never forgot. He did not forget it. He was 11. He sat in the seat his father had not lived to sit in, and he laid his hands flat on the arms of it, and he looked up at the chamber, after a long, listening pause, began to applaud. The applause was not unanimous. Lord Malfoy did not applaud. 3 other members of the lower tier did not applaud. Harry filed the names. The applause that did rise was loud enough that the chamber's old stones made the small low hum they made when they had been pleased about something. The hum lasted, Sirius said later, for a count of 7, which was a thing he had never heard. The Chief Warlock did not applaud, formally, because the Chief Warlock did not applaud during sittings. The Chief Warlock did, very precisely, incline his head a second time. The session closed at noon. Outside the chamber, in the long colonnade that led to the public lobby, Harry was met by reporters. Reporters were not, by Wisengamot rule, allowed into the chamber itself, but they were allowed to lurk in the colonnade like polite predators. Sirius walked through them with one arm around Harry's shoulders and the other raised in a small fending motion that Harry had seen Stonemaul use when training a young goblin to keep his guard up against multiple attackers. The fending motion did not entirely work. 2 reporters got their questions in. "Lord Potter, where will you school?" Harry slowed. He had been told to expect this. He had been told what to say. "I will not be attending Hogwarts," he said. "I shall be tutored privately for the next 3 years, in this country and abroad, by masters appointed by my godfather and by the High Master of Gringotts. I shall be sitting my OWLs at 14, my newts at 16, and my mastery at 18, by examiners selected by the ICW. I will not, in the meantime, be available for interviews. Thank you." He kept walking. The reporters, who had wanted longer answers, did not get them. Sirius's hand on his shoulder was firm and warm. In an alcove off the colonnade, Lucius Malfoy was waiting. He stepped out of the alcove as Harry passed. He did not, this time, raise his hand for Harry's attention. He inclined the head, the way he had not inclined it earlier from the floor of the chamber, and waited until Harry had stopped. "Lord Potter. Lord Malfoy. A word. 1. In private. Here." Lucius Malfoy looked at Sirius. Sirius did not move. Lucius Malfoy looked at Ragnarok, who had drawn level. Ragnarok did not move either. The 4 of them stood, Harry small in the center, a small island in the river of departing wizards. "My son," said Lucius Malfoy. "Draco. He is your age." "I know. He will be at Hogwarts in the autumn." "You will not." "I will not." "That is, in some sense, a regret." "In what sense, Lord Malfoy?" "In the sense that boys of your age and station benefit from the company of their peers. The sense that a boy raised by goblins and a paroled convict, however well-intentioned, cannot acquire the polish he will require, in due course, to take the seat he has now claimed." Sirius's jaw tightened. Sirius, in the practicing of patience, had practiced more in the last year than in any year of his life. He held his ground. He let the boy answer. "Lord Malfoy," said Harry. "Polish is, in my limited experience, a thing applied to wood that has already been shaped. The shape is the work that matters. I am content with the goblins. I am content with the paroled convict, who is by my side and will, with respect, be referred to by his title and not by his old slander when you address him in front of me. My polish, when I require it, will be earned and not received. I shall be in no hurry to apply for it. Your son's company would, I am sure, be informative. I shall consider it for an afternoon's tea, when I am in the mood. Good morning, Lord Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy did not answer. Lucius Malfoy stood in the alcove for a long moment after they had walked past. The cane in his right hand, which had a silver snake's head, made a small, precise tap against the marble of the floor. The tap was a private signal, of the kind the Malfoys had used in the First War, to a particular ear listening at a particular distance. The ear, as it happened, was not in Britain. The ear was in a small house at the foot of an Albanian hill. The signal would arrive there before the day was out. In Scotland, an hour later, Albus Dumbledore returned to his tower. He set his wand on its stand. He sat down at his desk. He did not work for the rest of the day. He did not, by the testimony of the portrait above the mantel, who watched him the entire afternoon, do anything except stare at the small framed photograph he kept on his desk of the boy with green eyes who had once been his student, and who had been killed in his own home in the autumn of 1981, and who would not have died if the chief warlock had been more careful with his arrangements. The portrait above the mantel did not interrupt. The portrait above the mantel was old enough, and tactful enough, to know when its master was finally letting himself be honest with himself, and to keep its peace. In Surrey, just after 7 in the evening, 2 Aurors knocked on the door of number 4 Privet Drive. Vernon Dursley opened the door. Vernon Dursley was holding a glass of brandy. The brandy spilled on the carpet. The Aurors did not look at the carpet. They looked at Vernon. They stated their warrant. They cuffed him in the doorway. Petunia, in the kitchen, who had been listening, came out into the hall already dressed to leave, with her hair done and her handbag in her hand. She had been, in a quiet way, expecting this knock for 6.5 years. She did not resist. She did not, when she was led down the path, look back at the house. She had not looked back at the house, in any meaningful sense, since the night the lamp had been pulled gently off its stand and laid on the carpet on its side. The house had stopped being hers that night. She had carried the knowledge as a small heavy thing in her handbag ever since. Dudley, who was almost 12 and a great deal larger than Harry, was placed by the Aurors in the temporary care of a Mrs. Polkiss next door, with a kindness Mrs. Polkiss had not expected. The Aurors who took the parents had been briefed by Madame Bones. The briefing had specified that the cousin had not, by all available evidence, taken part in the worst of the offences, and was not to be charged. The cousin would be moved, in the days to follow, into the care of a Muggle uncle on his father's side, in a town far enough from Privet Drive that he would not, for the rest of his life, walk past the house as a daily reminder of what had happened in it. Harry, who was told of all of this in the High Master's office that evening, listened and did not speak for a long time. "He is 12, he said, eventually. "Almost 12, said Sirius. "He hit me with a chair leg when I was 4. He held my head under the bath when I was 3. He. Pup. I am not asking that he be punished. I am asking that you tell me, honestly, where he goes." Sirius told him. The Muggle uncle was a man named Marge's brother on the maternal side, a longshore shipping clerk in Hartlepool, who had, as it turned out, not been close to either Vernon or Petunia in 20 years and who had agreed, on hearing the précis of the case, to take the boy without further argument. The boy would have a small bedroom of his own. The boy would have, at last, the absence of a small relative cousin to terrorize, which would, the Goblin family counselor on retainer to the bank had argued in a brief memo, be the single most important thing that could happen to the boy at this stage of his life. Harry took the information. He filed it. He said, after a long pause, "Good." Sirius did not press. Sirius understood, with the small careful intuition that had begun to come back to him in the last year, that good was the word Harry had chosen, and that the word was, by Harry's standards, a generous one. Andromeda Tonks arrived at the bank at 9:30. She came alone, by a private flow line the bank reserved for clients of long standing. She had not been to the bank in 3 years. She had not been to a meeting with the High Master in 12. She wore traveling robes of charcoal wool over a dress of plain dark green, and her hair, which had been the same wild dark of her sister Bellatrix's at school, had at some point in the last 12 years gone half silver in front. She did not pretend, when Sirius opened the door of the parlor, not to be moved. "Cousin," said Sirius. "Sirius. You came." "I came." She glanced past him. "Where is he?" "Reading. He reads a great deal lately. He is in the small library." "Will you?" "I will." "Yes." Now. Sirius brought her in. Harry stood up when she entered. He did not, at first, know quite what to do with his hands. He was holding the small grimoire open on his lap, and the page was on the rune for binding, and he was conscious, all of a sudden, that an aunt of his had walked into the room. He had not, in his life, met an aunt who had been glad to walk into a room he was in. She crossed to him. She did not embrace him. She had been told, by Sirius in the letter, that the boy was not yet in the habit of being embraced by women he had only just met, and that the embrace would be a gift to be earned. She knelt down instead. She set her hands lightly on her knees. She looked at him, properly, in the kneeling, the way a witch of her line had been raised to look at a young lord on a first meeting. Lord Potter. Aunt Andromeda. My daughter is your second cousin. Her name is Nymphadora. She does not enjoy that name. She prefers Tonks. She is in the Auror Academy. She is 20. She has hair that is, today, blue. She wished to come tonight. I told her no. I told her no because, with respect, you should meet her in your own time and not on the night of the day you have done this. I am not here to interview you. I am here to say one sentence and then to drink the tea your godfather has clearly already poured. Harry, with the small smile that had begun to come into his face in the last 6 months, accepted the cup Sirius pressed on him too. What is the sentence? The sentence is this. She lifted her own cup. You are mine, if you wish to be. I will not press. I will not crowd. I will not write you weekly letters. I will be where you can find me when you wish to find me, and I will not, when you do find me, treat you as a small child or as a great lord, but as a young man whose family has been smaller than it should have been all his life and is going to be a little larger from now on. That is the sentence. The rest is tea. Harry said, after a long moment, Thank you, Aunt. She inclined her head, exactly the way her cousin had inclined his at the rail of the Wizengamot earlier that day. The gesture, between them, was an old House of Black gesture that did not require explanation. Sirius, who had been watching, set his own cup down and turned away to the window for a moment, because there were limits to how much a man could feel in one day in front of his godson and his cousin without showing more than he intended. The tea was good. The conversation was lighter than the day. They did not speak of Voldemort. They did not speak of the Wizengamot. They spoke of small things. Aunt Andromeda described the way her daughter had, at 11, charmed her own hair to the color of a salmon and had not been able to change it back for 3 days. Sirius described the way the goblin advocate who had coached him had, in the end, refused to charge him the goblin rate and had insisted on the family and friends rate, which had been a courtesy from one professional to another and had been, by Sirius's reckoning, the second kindest thing anyone had done for him that year. Harry listened. Harry asked, twice, the kind of small precise question he had learned to ask, and the questions made Aunt Andromeda turn her head and look at him a fraction longer than she had been looking before, and when she left at 10:30, kissing Sirius once on the cheek and laying a hand on Harry's shoulder for the count of 3 before withdrawing it, Harry sat down on the rug by the fire and did not speak for a quarter of an hour. All right, pup, said Sirius. All right, said Harry. It was a different all right from the all right of 2 hours before. They both noticed. In London that night, the Daily Prophet's late edition went to press at 20 minutes past midnight. The front page read, Heir of Merlin. The photograph was of Harry, walking down the colonnade of the Wizengamot with Sirius's arm around his shoulders, in the moment after he had said the last sentence of his speech to the reporters. The photograph caught his face at an angle that made him look a little older than he was. The eyes in the photograph were green, and they were not the eyes of a child. The photograph appeared, the next morning, on the front page of every wizarding paper in Europe. The photograph appeared, in a smaller column, in 2 of the major Muggle papers, although the captions on those photographs read this image not intended for distribution, and the photographs themselves, when the Muggle papers tried to print them, came out as a grey rectangle, because the magical wards on photographs of registered children had gone into effect. In Albania, in a small house at the foot of a hill, a thing that had once been Tom Riddle and was now mostly nothing at all heard the news. The thing had a servant. The servant was a rat. The rat read, in the muggle paper that had been left on the porch by the tobacconist's boy who delivered the newspapers, the small grey rectangle and the caption beneath it, and the rat understood, with the slow clarity of a pettigrew, that the boy who had been a baby when the rat had betrayed his parents was now 11 years old and was no longer a thing the rat could afford to think of as a child. The thing in the corner of the room, which was a snake but had a man in it, said in its long thin voice, "Wormtail." "Yes, master." "Read me the article again." "It is not an article, master. It is only a photograph and a caption." "Read me the caption." "It says, master, this image not intended for distribution." The thing in the corner of the room considered this for a very long minute. "Boy," it said, at last, "is not a child. Boy is a complication. We will accelerate. Bring me the second list. We will choose servants from it tonight. Master." "And, Wormtail." "Yes, master. Do not forget, in your small grey heart, that on the night I am whole, you will be the second person I look at, after the boy." "I shall not forget, master." The thing in the corner stretched its long body in the way a snake stretches when it is making peace with the news of the day. The rat in the corner of the room, who had been a man and a betrayer and was now a coward, scuttled, in his small grey heart, in the direction of the second list. In the bank, in his bed, Harry slept the deep sleep of a child who had finished a thing and who knew that more things were coming. In the room above, Sirius was awake, drinking tea, writing a letter. The letter was to Andromeda Tonks. The letter said, "He did it. He was magnificent. Come to dinner Friday, if Ted will let you. Bring the daughter. Pup needs to know his cousins." In Scotland, in his tower, Albus Dumbledore wrote no letters that night. Albus Dumbledore stood, instead, at his window, looking out at the lake. He stood there until dawn. He did not weep, because Albus Dumbledore had long ago lost the habit of weeping, but he did, very quietly, at one point near the end of the night, say a name aloud to himself in the stone-cold dark of his own office. The name was Lily. The lake did not answer. The dawn came up. The tower went on standing. In the High Master's office, after Andromeda had gone and after Sirius had gone to bed and after Master Bonecast had completed the day's last rune work and locked the chamber, Ragnarok sat alone with a single ledger open in front of him. The ledger was the bank's running political account. It had no figures. It had only names. The names were in 3 columns, those who had inclined to Lord Potter that morning, those who had not, and those who had been absent. Ragnarok went down the 3rd column twice. Absent was, he had learned in his long life, the most useful column. The absent had been somewhere else. The somewhere else was, in the cases that mattered, the bank's business to find out about. He set the ledger down. He took a sip from the small glass at his elbow, which contained a goblin spirit older than any wizard's whiskey, and he made a small note, on a piece of black-edged paper, of 3 names from the absent column. The names were Karkaroff, Dolohov, Mulciber. He folded the paper. He sealed it with a single drop of black wax. He placed it in the small drawer of the desk that the morning courier emptied at dawn. The note would be in 3 intelligence officers' hands by breakfast. The dawn arrived. Ragnarok did not see it. He was, by then, asleep at his desk in the small private study off the office, the way a goblin who has had a very satisfying day sometimes allows himself, against his usual habit, to sleep where the work has been. The next morning Harry met his cousin. She came at 10, in a leather coat that had seen weather, with her aura identification on a cord round her neck and her hair, on this particular Wednesday, the color of a ripe plum. She was not as tall as Sirius. She was taller than Andromeda. She walked into the bank's small private parlor, took one look at Harry, said, bloody hell, you're tiny," and then, as Harry's eyebrows rose in the small careful way that Sirius had been teaching him to manage when his patience was being tested, she went pink and said, "I am sorry. I have been told for 3 weeks that I am not allowed to swear in front of you. I have been thinking, in fact, about not swearing in front of you all morning. I forgot in the first sentence. I shall do better." Harry, against his intention, laughed. "You are funny," he said. "I am a great deal of things, cousin. Funny is the cheapest of them. I am also a clumsy idiot, my mother will tell you. I am also, on a good day, a useful orar. I am 20. I will be your second cousin, when this is all settled in writing. I will be Tonks. Don't call me Nymphadora unless you are trying to have a duel. Tonks. Cousin." She put out her hand. Harry shook it. Her hand was firm and dry and a little chapped from broom riding. She did not, when she took her hand back, stop watching him with the careful, professional eye of someone who had been told she was about to meet a young wizard who had walked into the Wizengamot the day before and had taken 3 houses without raising his voice. Whatever she saw, she liked. Her hair, on its own, went a slightly warmer color, a color that was not plum any more but which was still in the family. "Right," she said. "You are not what I was led to expect. You are smaller. You are also less awful. I had been preparing to be very disappointed in you. I am pleased to find that I cannot be." "You may be later," Harry said. "I may. I shall save the disappointment for later. In the meantime, I have brought, from my mum, a letter, which is an invitation to Sunday lunch, which I am now going to read aloud, because if I leave it for you to read on your own you will read it politely and then very politely decline, and Sunday lunch is the kind of thing you ought to come to." She read it aloud. The invitation was short. Andromeda Tonks did not write long letters. Sirius, who was watching from the corner of the parlor with his arms folded and a look on his face he was trying, with poor success, to keep neutral, snorted at the second sentence and laughed, properly, at the third. The third sentence, as Tonks read it, was, "I shall make a roast that is not too small for the table or too large for the company, and I shall expect, of you and your godfather and your boy, the courtesy of arriving sober and the discourtesy of leaving when you wish to and not when politeness would have you leave." "Mum," said Tonks, folding the letter. "Mum is, you will find, a very specific person about Sundays." "We come." "We come," said Sirius. "Excellent." Tonks turned to Harry. "Do you ride a broom?" "Not yet." "Then on Saturday, with your godfather's leave, I shall teach you. I am not the best in the country, but I am the best in the family at the moment, because the family is small. We shall go to a meadow. You will fall off twice. The third time you will not fall off. You will, by the end of the afternoon, want a broom of your own. Your godfather will buy you a broom of your own. Your godfather will pretend to be cross about this, but in fact he wishes to buy it as much as you wish to receive it. I have spoken with him. We have agreed. There is no negotiation. Are we agreed?" "Agreed," said Harry, with the small precise smile he had not, until that moment, known he had at his disposal. "Good." Tonks put a hand on his shoulder for the count of 3, which was, he understood now, the family's gesture. "I shall be off. There is a fugitive rat I have been told to add to my watch list. Sirius, I shall see you Sunday. Cousin, I shall see you Saturday. Stay alive in between." She left. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius looked at Harry. Both of them, for the first time in a very long 2 days, laughed at the same time. In Hartlepool, that same morning, a heavy boy named Dudley Dursley was sitting at a kitchen table in a house he had never been in before, eating a bowl of porridge in front of a muggle uncle he had never met before, who had been told, in plain language, that the boy had grown up in a household in which a smaller cousin had been beaten and starved, and that the boy had not, by all reports, been the worst of the offenders, but had been, Undeniably, an offender. The Muggle uncle, who was a man with a long sober face and a habit of taking on small responsibilities one at a time, had set the porridge in front of the boy. The Muggle uncle had said, "Dudley, we are going to start over. You will not start over by being a different person. You will start over by being the person you have not yet been. Do you understand me?" Dudley had not understood. Dudley had eaten the porridge anyway. The porridge was warm. The kitchen was warm. The man at the other end of the table was not smiling, but he was not glaring either, and Dudley, who had spent his life being smiled at and glared at by adults who wanted, in different ways, to use him, did not know what to make of an adult who only watched. He ate. He kept his head down. He did not, that morning, speak. He did not speak for the next 3 days. On the 4th day, in the small park at the end of the road, he did speak, when an older boy his own size made an unkind remark about a smaller boy's glasses. Dudley said, in a voice that surprised him with its quietness, "Don't." The older boy looked at him. The older boy decided, as such boys do, against pressing the question. The smaller boy went on with his game. Dudley watched. The watching was not a thing he had practiced before. He went home that afternoon and did not say anything about it at supper. The Muggle uncle did not ask. The Muggle uncle had been told, by a very small thin man with very long fingers who had visited the house on the morning before Dudley arrived, that the boy might require a year. The Muggle uncle had not been told who the small thin man was. The Muggle uncle had, for reasons he would never quite be able to articulate, taken the small thin man seriously, and had, on the strength of the visit, set aside the year. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 Servants of the Dark Lord. The summons came in a sealed parchment delivered by a goblin courier at 6 in the morning, which was the goblin nation's way of saying that something had happened in the night and the bank, as a matter of policy, did not wish to wait until breakfast to act on it. Harry was already up. He had been awake for an hour, in the chamber, putting himself through the second of the daily routine Stonewall had set for him in the year since the Wizengamot. The routine ended with 3 exchanges of practice fire against a dummy Bonecast had charmed, in the last 6 months, to throw back. Harry had begun, in the last fortnight, to win the 3rd exchange. He won the 3rd exchange this morning. He was wiping his face on the towel by the door when the courier came. Heir. Yes. From the High Master. He took the parchment. He read it once. He read it twice. He folded it. He put it in the inner pocket of his robe. He went up to find Sirius, who was at breakfast in the small parlor with a piece of toast halfway to his mouth and the morning paper open at a page that was not yet, this morning, about Harry. Pup. Sirius. Read this. Sirius read it. The toast went down. Sirius set the paper aside. When? Tomorrow morning. 11. At The Hague. Yes. All of them. All of them. The ICW summit was scheduled for the spring anyway. The bank has confirmation that 3 of them will be there, in the back of the gallery, in disguise. We are to address the assembly in the morning slot. They are to act, if they act, in the lunch break. Sirius read the parchment a second time, and a third. Sirius did not speak for nearly a minute. Sirius was, by now, used to the bank handing him the kind of intelligence that he had not had the patience for in his life before Azkaban. He was learning to slow down. The slow was not natural to him. He was making it natural. 3 of them, he said, at last. Names. 2 named. 1 not. The bank thinks the 3rd is Bellatrix's husband. Rodolphius. Lestrange. Yes. Out of Azkaban. As of 3 weeks ago. Quietly. The bank had it in 24 hours. The ministry has not announced. The ministry, the bank thinks, does not know yet. How do you know they will be at The Hague? They had to make a portkey. The bank made the portkey. The bank made it with a tracking thread. Sirius laughed, once, a short hard laugh that was the closest thing his face had to amusement these days. "All right," he said. "All right, pup. We are going to The Hague." The address was the central business of the summit. The address had been arranged a fortnight earlier, when the bank had submitted, on Harry's behalf, a request for 15 minutes of the Assembly's time to introduce, formally, the heir of Merlin to the international body. The request had been granted. The 15 minutes had been written into the schedule. The fact that the 15 minutes happened to fall on the morning of the day a small unconnected group of British wizards had decided to use as their attempt was, on the bank's reading, a coincidence in the way coincidences in this trade tended to be. Harry travelled with Sirius and with Master Bonecast and with a goblin guard of 6. The goblin guard wore travelling cloaks over their armour. They had been chosen by Stonewall personally, in the chamber, on the evening of the day the parchment had arrived, after a quiet conversation with Harry in which Stonewall had explained, with the brevity of a man who did not need to dress up the obvious, that he was choosing them not for their politeness but for the speed of their hands. The Summit Hall at The Hague was the same hall in which Sirius had been tried, 2.5 years before. The acoustics, which Harry remembered now from his own listening at the basin in Bonecast's office, were the kind that made a small voice carry. He was not a small voice this morning. He had been growing into a voice that was beginning to sound, when he wished it to, like a man's. He was not yet a man. He was 12. He had been, in chamber time and out of it, working on this voice for as long as he had been training his hands. He took the podium. He looked up at the gallery. The gallery was full. 3 rows from the back, a little to the left, a man in a green traveling cloak sat with his hood pushed back enough to show a face that the bank had identified, with confidence, as one Antonin Dolohov, who had not been seen in Britain in 7 years and who was supposed to be dead. 2 seats over from him sat a man in a blue cloak with a thicker beard than Dolohov's, who was Rodolphius Lestrange under a glamour that Bonecast, looking through the basins recording the night before, had judged to be old work. The third man, in the row behind, was the unknown. He sat very still. The bank's intelligence officers had photographed him on the way into the building and had not yet, by the time Harry took the podium, put a name to him. Harry began the address. He spoke for 9 minutes. He spoke about the Goblin Nation and the courtesy that had been extended to him by it. He spoke about the importance of the laws of inheritance and emancipation that the ICW had upheld in his case. He spoke about a young wizard's responsibilities to a magical community he had not chosen and to a history he had not made. He did not speak about Dumbledore. He did not speak about the British ministry. He did not speak about the war that was coming. He spoke, in fact, like a lord introducing himself to peers in a tone that made the peers, listening, gradually feel that they had not been quite as important as they had thought 10 minutes before. The applause at the end was long. It was a polite applause, of the sort that the ICW gave its more decorative speeches. It was also, in its second half, an unpolite applause, of the sort that the ICW gave to a wizard who had said something that several of the listeners had been waiting their careers to hear someone say in this hall in this manner. He stepped down. He returned to the small private box the bank had reserved for him in the side gallery. Sirius was waiting. Bonecast was waiting. The guard was at the door. The hall was breaking for the lunch. 2 minutes, said Bonecast. Where? They will catch you in the colonnade. The same colonnade you walked at the Wiesengemot. They have studied. They will repeat what they think worked for them once. They are wrong about why it worked. We are using their wrongness. How many? The 3 you saw. 2 more in the corridor disguised as ushers. We have known about the ushers since yesterday. The ushers will be the first to fall. By whose hand? Mine, said Stonewall, who had not, until that moment, been visible. He was, somehow, in the box now, in plain traveling clothes, with the wrap of his usual armor rolled into a small bundle under his arm. He had operated indirectly through a goblin signal key Harry had not even known the bank had installed in the box's wall. Heir. With your leave. The ushers are mine. Dolohov is yours. And Lestrange. Lestrange is your godfather's, by ancient right. Stonemaul looked at Sirius. Sirius did not blink. He has the right of the man whose family was destroyed by the Lestranges. The bank acknowledges it. We will not interfere unless he asks. Do not, Lord Black, kill the man in the first 30 seconds. We require him for questioning. I shall not, said Sirius. And the third man, said Harry. The unknown. The third man, said Bonecast, is, we are now informed, a wizard called Mulciber Jr. He is the son of one of the Death Eaters of the First War. He is not a strong wizard. He is a very careful one. The unknown was unknown only because his glamour was newer than the others. He shall be your second, heir. Take Dolohov first. Disable Mulciber second. The bank will hold the perimeter. Do not, on any account, take a wound you do not need to take. Yes, sir. Sirius, said Harry. With you. All right. They walked out. The colonnade was not the same colonnade as the Wizarding. It was longer, narrower, with a vaulted ceiling and the faint cold smell of stone. The lunch hour had emptied the corridor of most of the assembly's members, who had filed away to the dining halls along the side. A few latecomers walked in the same direction. Two ushers in the green livery of the assembly stood at the cross corridor at the halfway point, one on each side of the arch. The ushers were the first to fall. Stonemaul's goblins, walking ahead of Harry and Sirius and Bonecast, did the falling without a sound. The ushers went down with their wands still in their belt sheaths. The goblins set them gently against the wall. They put a thin cord on each at the wrist, the kind of cord that would, if either tried to wake before the bank wished it, send a clean charge through the body that would put them under for another hour. Dolohov stepped out of an alcove 20 paces past the ushers. He had two with him. The one on his left was Lestrange, who had let his glamour go in the seconds since lunch had been called. The face he showed was thinner than the photographs the bank had on file from the First War, lined the way a man's face goes lined after Azkaban, but it was unmistakably the face of Bellatrix's husband. The one on his right was Mulciber Jr., whose face, without the glamour, was entirely unremarkable, the face of a man one might pass without noticing. The three of them did not bother with banter. They had not come for banter. They had come to do a thing quickly and to leave quickly. Dolohov's wand was already up. The first curse he cast was a green one. The color was not the green of the killing curse, although it was close enough to fool a panicking eye. It was the color of a Romanian flesh-cutting curse that Bonecast had warned Harry about 3 days before in the rune room. Harry's shield was already up. He had put it up the moment Dolohov had stepped out of the alcove, on the instinct of a year's training. The flesh-cutting curse hit the shield and slid off, and Harry was already moving, sideways, to put Dolohov in a worse angle. Sirius did not move toward Lestrange. Sirius stood his ground, hand low, wand at his side, and said, in a voice Harry had not heard from him before, Rodolphius. Lestrange's head turned. The pause cost him. Sirius's first curse was not a fight curse. It was a silencer, a clean professional one, that hit Lestrange in the throat before Lestrange could finish the syllable he had begun. Lestrange's mouth moved without sound. His wand came up regardless, because a wizard could fight without speech if he had been trained to it, and Lestrange had been trained to it. The two of them began an exchange that did not, for the first 30 seconds, give either of them any clear ground. Sirius was faster. Lestrange was angrier. The colonnade rang. Harry did not watch the duel beside him. He had his own work. Dolohov was a duelist of 40 years. Dolohov had killed wizards Harry's father's age. Dolohov was, as Bonecast had noted in the rune room, a man whose hand was steady because his anger had been ground down to a small constant flame and not the great one that distracted lesser men. Dolohov did not waste his second curse. The second curse was a binding, an old one, that Bonecast had also warned about. The third curse was the ribbon curse, the long thin sweeping cut that had killed two friends of Sirius's at school. The ribbon curse came in low. Harry sidestepped it without breaking eye contact. He let it pass and lashed the dark wand of his ancestor in a small precise figure that the grimoire had taught him in the 7th month of his 2nd year. The figure was not a known curse. It was, as the grimoire had described it, a teaching. The teaching was that Heir, when persuaded politely, would form, very briefly, a hand. The hand reached forward, 3 feet, very fast, and closed on Dolohov's wand and pulled. Dolohov, who had not in his life been disarmed by an opponent he had not yet hit, lost his wand. Harry's free hand caught the wand out of the air. He did not, at this stage, throw it away. He held it. He held it because a wand in the hand of a wizard not its master was, the grimoire had taught, a thing that would, if used, give that wizard what he asked for and then, 2 seconds later, hurt him for asking. Harry did not intend to use Dolohov's wand. Harry intended to keep it close enough to his own hand that Dolohov would not have it. Dolohov, missing his wand, did not run. Dolohov reached, very fast, into his cloak for the small black wand that several Death Eaters had been carrying since the First War, the second wand they had bought with their dirty galleons against exactly this contingency. He had it in his hand in less than a second. He was not, by the standards of Dolohov, slow. Harry had been counting on the second wand. Bonecast had told him, in the rune room, that any Death Eater of Dolohov's age would have a second wand. The grimoire had taught him, in its 11th month of teaching, the thing one did when one's opponent reached for a second wand. The thing one did was the thing Harry did now. He stepped in. He did not wait. He closed the distance that Dolohov's first wand spells had been designed to keep him at, and he did so in 2 long quick strides that Stonewall had made him practice 3,000 times against a goblin warrior with 2 wands of his own, and in the second of those strides he put the dark wand in Dolohov's chest, and he said, without speaking aloud, the word that the grimoire had told him to say only when there was no choice. The word was the closing word. The word, when said, did not require a movement of the wand. It required only that the wand be touching the body of the opponent who had refused his last small chance to surrender, and that the speaker had decided, for himself, that the closing was the thing that needed closing. Dolohov did not cry out. Dolohov did not have the breath. Dolohov sagged, in the small unceremonious way men sag when they are leaving the room of their own life, and he was on the floor of the colonnade in 2 seconds. The second wand fell out of his hand. Harry stepped back. He put Dolohov's first wand in his coat pocket. The pocket was warm. He felt Dolohov's wand inside it not liking him. The wand would be destroyed at the bank that afternoon. He had no use for it. He had taken it because leaving wands of dead Death Eaters on floors was the kind of small carelessness a young wizard could not afford in a year like this one. Mulciber Jr. had not, for the first 9 seconds of the exchange, moved. Mulciber Jr. was not an aggressive man. Mulciber Jr. was the carefulness of his side. He had been counting, in the back of his head, on Dolohov to be Dolohov, and on Lestrange to be Lestrange, and on himself to be the man who came in cleanly at the second when one of Harry or Sirius had been distracted by the first 2 and could be taken cheaply. Dolohov was no longer Dolohov. Mulciber recalculated. He recalculated very fast. He decided, with the quick small judgment of a careful man who had just lost a partner he had not expected to lose, to leave. He turned. He took 2 steps in the direction of the cross corridor. The first cross corridor was guarded by 3 of Stonewall's goblins. The second was by 2 more. Mulciber did not, in the moment, remember about the goblins. The goblins reminded him. Mulciber made it 5 steps before a low clean stroke from one of the goblin shortswords took him by the shins. He went down, very fast, and he was disarmed before he hit the marble. The goblin who had taken him stood over him with the small careful precision Stonemaul had been working on with the warrior's new generation, and Mulciber, on the floor, with his shins cut and his wand gone and the prospect of the goblin nation's interrogation procedures opening like a small dark door at the back of his life, did the only thing left to him. He surrendered. He surrendered loudly. He surrendered with a shrillness that went up the corridor and made Lestrange, fighting Sirius, look briefly toward him. The look cost Lestrange the duel. Sirius, who had been waiting 4 years to put Rodolphius Lestrange on a stone floor and another 2.5 years to do it with goblin permission and ICW witnesses, did not waste the look. The exchange that had been fairly even ended, in 2 more passes, with Lestrange on his knees, his wand on the floor, and the thin, cold curse of containment that Sirius's goblin advocate had been teaching him as a defensive ward bound around Lestrange's right wrist. Lestrange did not struggle. Lestrange knew, when he looked at Sirius's face, that struggling was the thing one did with men who would lose patience at the struggle. Sirius, in his face, did not have patience to lose. Sirius had worked the patience to the floor in the last 2.5 years. What Sirius had now was a thing colder than patience. Lestrange recognized it the way men in his line recognized it. There was a fourth. Harry sensed it before he saw it. The grimoire had taught him, in the 2nd year, the small awareness that came of being approached by a wizard whose intention was not friendly. The awareness, when it came, was not a sound. It was the absence of a sound. Harry turned in the direction of the absence. He saw, at the far end of the colonnade, in a doorway he had not noticed, a small grey-cloaked figure that had been watching the exchange. The figure was not a Death Eater. The figure was not, Harry understood at once, an enemy at all. The figure was Master Bonecast, who had stepped out from the side gallery to ensure his pupil had been watching for a fourth. Bonecast inclined his head. Harry inclined his back. The lesson was acknowledged. Then, behind Bonecast, a 5th figure stepped out. The 5th figure had not been on the bank's intelligence list. The 5th figure was small and grey and rat-colored, and it ran, low and fast, along the skirting of the corridor in the direction of a window that had been left half open the night before by an under-cleaner who had been bribed to leave it that way. The figure was, of course, Peter Pettigrew, in his rat shape, who had been carrying, in his small grey heart, a very particular small grey instruction from his master and who had, on the seeing of Dolohov dying, decided that the instruction could be performed only with great speed and great cunning, which meant, for Pettigrew, running. Stonemaul's goblins, who had been trained for many things, had not been trained for rats. But Sirius had. Sirius had spent 4 years in Azkaban thinking about Peter Pettigrew. Sirius had spent 2.5 years out of Azkaban thinking about Peter Pettigrew. Sirius had, in the chamber, at Harry's request, in the previous spring, undertaken a program of additional training the goblins had not understood the need for and had grudgingly enabled. The program had been a single thing. The single thing had been, how does a man, with a wand, catch a rat? The answer Sirius had practiced was not a curse. It was a charm, a small careful one Bonecast had refined for him, that compressed, in a circular zone of about 3 feet across, the air into a thicker substance that a small body could not, however quickly it tried, run through. The charm was not violent. The charm was tactical. The charm was, in short, a trap. Sirius cast the charm at the doorway in front of which Pettigrew was about to pass. The charm went up. The rat hit the air, which was now not air. The rat's small body bounced, very gently, off the thicker substance and landed on its side on the floor, where it sat for a half-second, working out what had happened, and then turned and tried to run the other way. The other way was already shut. Sirius had learned, in the chamber, to put up 2 of these small zones at once. He did so now. The rat had 4 feet, all of which were in air that was not air. The rat sat down. The rat looked, with the small bright eyes of a Pettigrew, at the man who had cornered him. The rat understood, with the slow rat understanding of a man, that he had at last been caught. Sirius did not laugh. Sirius did not say a word. Sirius walked across the colonnade to the rat, knelt, and laid his palm over the small grey body. He did not seize it. He gave it one moment to do whatever it was going to do. The rat did the only thing left to it. It changed. Peter Pettigrew, in his man shape, was a small bald wet thing on the floor of the colonnade of the ICW Summit Hall. He blinked. He looked up. He saw Sirius. He saw, behind Sirius, Harry. He saw Stonemall's goblins, and Bonecast, and the unconscious bodies of Dolohov and the two ushers, and Lestrange on his knees with his wrist bound. He began, immediately, to plead. The pleading went on for 30 seconds, in a high cracked voice that several of the goblins, who had not in their lives heard a wizard plead in this register, found educational. Sirius did not interrupt the pleading. Sirius let him plead. When Pettigrew had finished pleading, and had begun the second movement of the wizard plea, which was the offering of information, Sirius said, very softly, "Peter." Sirius. Sirius, oh Merlin, Sirius. Peter, you will speak again only when I ask you a question. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Good. The first question. Where is your master? Albania. A house at the foot of a hill called Vrana. In the form of a snake. He is not strong. He is. He needs me to feed him. That is enough. Second question. Did you know the names Karkaroff, Dolohov, Mulciber when you saw them on the second list? Yes. Oh yes. Third question. Did you bring my master Lord Voldemort the article from the Daily Prophet of the morning after the Wisengamot? I read it to him. Fourth question. The Horcruxes. The colonnade went, for a half-second, quiet. Stonemall's goblins moved a half-pace nearer. Bonecast straightened. The word Horcrux had not been spoken aloud in any meeting of the bank, in Harry's hearing, more than 3 times. Sirius had spoken it to Harry once, in the parlor, in the year before. It was not a word the goblin nation said lightly. Pettigrew looked from face to face. He said. He has them. How many? 6. Or 7. I never asked about the 7. He. 6 in things. The 7th, perhaps, in him. I do not know. I swear I do not know. 6 in things. Tell me the things. A diary. He gave it to Lucius Malfoy, who has it. A ring, in his mother's old house. A locket, in a cave by the sea. A cup, in his servant Bellatrix's vault. A diadem, in Hogwarts. A snake, his snake. 5 things and a snake. That is 6. Yes. And the 7th. I do not, Peter. Look at the boy. The boy has a scar. Yes. Tell me about the scar. Pettigrew looked at Harry. Harry looked back. The grimoire had taught him, very early, the small inward turn that did not let an enemy in. He turned the door. It, said Pettigrew, it is, oh, I do not. It was made the night he tried. The boy was the only thing left. He has wondered, in his less than strong moments. He has wondered if a piece. He has not been certain. He has wondered if a piece of him is in the boy. Yes. Yes. Harry, who had been ready for this answer for 2 years, did not change his expression. He had considered what he would do, when the answer came in the open, several hundred times in his bed at the bank before sleep. He had practiced the not changing. He nodded once at Pettigrew. He looked at Bonecast. Master Bonecast. Heir. We have work. Yes, Heir. After this. After we secure the prisoners. After we remove the rat from the public floor of the ICW. After we have a quiet morning at the bank. Tomorrow. Yes, Heir. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The snake. The 7th. Yes, Heir. The goblin guard moved. They took Pettigrew. They bound him in the same kind of cord they had used on the ushers, because there was a goblin economy of bindings and one cord did one job. They lifted him. They walked him toward the bank's portkey post in the side gallery. They walked Lestrange after him. They walked Mulciber after him. The two unconscious ushers were levitated last. The bodies of Dolohov they left in place because, by the bank's reading of the ICW's conventions, the body of a Death Eater taken in a self-defensive action on the floor of the Assembly's own building was a thing the Assembly's own coroners must take charge of, and the bank had no quarrel with the convention. Harry stood for a moment in the silence after they had gone. The colonnade was very quiet now. The faint smell of Dolohov's last spell, the green Romanian flesh cutter, hung in the air, just barely. Harry walked over to the body. He looked down at it. It was a man, in his middle years, with a thin face he had grown to recognize from photographs. Harry had killed him. Harry had not, in his life, killed anyone before. The thing in his stomach that he had carried out of Privet Drive 7 years before, the thing that had grown into the wand at his sleeve and the seat in the Wiesengemot, was very still. He was waiting to feel something. He waited the count of 10. He felt nothing. He understood, with the cold precision the grimoire had been teaching him for years, that the not feeling was the mark of his work. He had killed in defense. He had killed cleanly. He had not enjoyed the doing of it. He had also not, in any honest part of himself, regretted it. The Dolohov on the floor had killed Sirius's friends at school. The Dolohov on the floor would have killed him in the colonnade if he had been slower. The world had 2 fewer Dolohovs in it than it had had 10 minutes before, and the world was, by Harry's small careful reckoning, slightly the better for it. He turned. Sirius was watching him. Pup. Sirius. You all right? Yes. Tell me later if not. I shall. The afternoon at the bank was long. The questioning of Pettigrew, which Harry attended for the first hour and which he left to the bank specialists for the rest of the day, produced the locations of the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, and the diadem, with such detail that Master Bonecast, by evening, had drawn on his great wall map of magical Britain 7 small precise marks, 6 in places where Death Eater Horcruxes were known to lie and 1 in a place that was Harry himself. The 2 Horcruxes the bank could reach in a single night were the diadem, in Hogwarts, where the goblin curse-breakers had the right of access by an old treaty Harry had not until that day known about, and the locket, in the cave by the sea, which Pettigrew had described in such precise terms that the bank specialists had, by 10 in the evening, found the entrance. The diadem was retrieved at 1 in the morning. The retrieval had been done by a team of 3 goblin curse-breakers under the leadership of Bonecast's nephew, Greyhilt, who had been in Hogwarts on the bank's quiet permission for an unrelated audit and who had simply, on the receipt of a coded note at midnight, walked up to the 7th floor, asked the wall politely in the goblin tongue for what was being kept there, and walked back out with the diadem in his bag. The destruction of the diadem was performed in the bank's lower furnace at 1:15, with goblin fire, in the presence of Harry, Sirius, Bonecast, and 3 of the senior curse-breakers. The thing that came out of the diadem, before it died, was a long thin scream of a part of a man's soul that had been hidden too long and resented being found. The scream stopped when the goblin fire took it. The diadem went to slag. The slag went into a small pewter box that Bonecast, with the fineness of his trade, set on his desk and labeled. The locket was retrieved at 3:30. The cave was a hard cave. The retrieval cost the bank one cursebreaker's left hand, which the master healer had sewn back on by morning, and which the cursebreaker, on waking, complained was ungrateful for the trouble. The locket was destroyed in the same furnace at 4. The thing in the locket screamed louder than the diadem and lasted longer in the fire, and Harry, watching, learned, in a way that made his teeth ache, what a soul anchor cost a wizard who stood in front of the fire while his own soul, by its connection to one of these things, was being thinned. He stepped back. He did the small inward turn. He put his hand on the dark wand at his sleeve. He did not, until the locket was slag, take his hand from the wand. Sirius stood beside him through the fire. Sirius did not speak. Sirius's hand, on Harry's shoulder, did not let up. When the second pewter box was sealed, Bonecast looked across the small room at Harry. 2, said Bonecast. 4 left, said Harry. 5. 5. Yes. The cup. The ring. The snake. The diary. The 7th. The 7th is in you. Yes. We will make a plan, Heir. We will. Now. Bed. You have killed today. You have burned twice. You will sleep. Harry did not argue. He went to bed. He slept the sleep of a young wizard who had at last begun, in his 12th year, to do the work he had been training to do. The grimoire, at his bedside, did not stir. The grimoire was, in its quiet way, satisfied. In Albania, in the small house at the foot of the hill called Vrana, the thing that had been Tom Riddle and was now mostly nothing waited for a rat that would not come back. The thing had begun, at some point in the night, to understand that the rat was not coming. The thing did not show anger. The thing showed, in the long thin quiet way it had, a tightening. The tightening was, if Pettigrew had been there to see it, the kind of tightening that came before a thing stretched. The thing began, in the long thin quiet, to make alternative arrangements. That night, before he slept, Harry sat for a quarter of an hour in the small parlor with Bonecast, while Sirius made tea neither of them drank. The pewter boxes containing the slag of the diadem and the locket sat on the low table. Bonecast had not labeled them yet. Bonecast was, in his quiet way, observing his pupil. Heir. Master Bonecast. You did not flinch. No. You did not, when you killed Dolohov, and you did not, when the locket screamed in the fire. No. That is, in our trade, a thing to remark. Is it good or bad? Bonecast looked at him for a long moment. The flint of his old eye, which was Stonewall's flint and Ragnar's flint and the flint of every goblin who had reached an age in which the flint mattered, settled on Harry's face. It is neither, Heir. It is the thing we have spent your boyhood making of you, by your own consent. The not flinching is not a virtue. It is a tool. The danger of the tool is that, in young hands, it becomes a habit. The habit, if it becomes a habit, will cost you, by your 40th year, the part of yourself that loves your godfather. We will not let it become a habit. You will, every night for the next year, sit with me before bed for 10 minutes, and we will speak of what you felt when you killed Dolohov. Today's answer is nothing. The answer of nothing is true. It will not stay true. We will be honest about it as it changes. Do you agree? I agree. Good. Now. The 7th. Bonecast unrolled, on the parlor table, a small chart Harry had not seen before. The chart was of a human body. It was annotated in 3 colors of goblin shorthand. Harry could read goblin shorthand now. He read. The chart described, in precise terms, the procedure by which a fragment of another wizard's soul, lodged in a living body, could be removed without harming the host. The procedure had 4 steps. The first step was a binding circle of 17 runes that would have to be drawn, by hand, on the floor around the host. The second step was the removal of the host's wand and the substitution of an old goblin draw knife, which was used to part the binding cord between fragment and host. The third step was the catching of the fragment in a vessel that had been prepared for it, in this case the pewter box already labeled for the seventh Horcrux. The fourth step was the destruction of the fragment in goblin fire, with the host present, conscious, and shielded by his own grimoire. "Pain," said Harry. "Yes." "How much?" "More than the locket." "Less than dying." "How long?" 40 minutes. "Possibly an hour." "And after?" "You will sleep 2 days. You will wake. You will be missing the small dark thread that has been a part of your life since you were a baby. You will feel its absence as you feel the absence of a tooth that has been pulled. The absence is itself a healing." "When?" "After the cup. After the ring. The snake last, with the body. We do not pull the seventh until we have the others. We do not give him the option to anchor, in the time between." "Yes, Master Bonecast. You will tell your godfather. He will be in the room when we do it." "Yes." "Sleep. We have work in the morning." Harry slept. He did not dream. The grimoire, at his bedside, breathed quietly, the way books breathed in the bank that had not been opened in a year and were content to stay closed for another. The pewter boxes on the table did not move at all. They were, in the small precise way of containers that had finished their work, already part of the past. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Last Heir Rises. The cup came out of the Lestrange vault on a Tuesday. Bellatrix Lestrange had been in Azkaban for 13 years. She had not been to her own vault in 12. Her husband, by the morning of the Tuesday in question, had been in the bank's holding cells for 9 days, undergoing the slow precise interrogation that the Goblin Nation reserved for clients of long standing who had committed offenses against younger clients of the bank, and the husband had given up, in the 3rd day, the password to the vault's outer ward and, in the 5th day, the riddle of its inner one. The bank had not used either to enter. The bank, on Master Bonecast's strict instruction, had treated the Lestrange vault as a hostile environment from the moment of its planning, and the curse breakers who entered the vault on the Tuesday morning entered with the long quiet caution that the bank had taught its breakers since the founding. The vault was not, in the end, the worst the bank had cracked. The wards on it were old and unimaginative. The cup, which sat on a high shelf, was guarded by a Gemino curse and a flagranti curse that any apprentice could have countered. The breakers, who were no apprentices, countered them in 2 minutes. The cup came out of the vault in a lead-lined sack. The cup went into the same furnace that had taken the diadem and the locket. The thing inside the cup screamed for 31 seconds before the goblin fire took it. The slag went into the 3rd pewter box on Bonecast's desk. The ring came out of a small house in Little Hangleton on the same Tuesday afternoon. The house had not been entered, by anyone, in 50 years. The house was warded with the work of a Tom Riddle who had not yet become Lord Voldemort, who had been a clever boy who had laid clever wards and who had not, in the years that followed, returned to refresh them. The wards had aged. They had also been compromised, in the 7th year of Tom Riddle's residency at Hogwarts, by a small accidental experiment Riddle had performed on the threshold and had then forgotten to undo. The bank's curse breakers, who knew about the experiment because Master Bonecast's grandfather had documented it from a goblin perspective, walked through the front door without difficulty. They found the ring under the floorboards in the kitchen. They wore the dragon hide gloves the bank had specified. They did not, on Bonecast's order, put the ring on. They placed it in the lead-lined sack and brought it home. The ring went into the furnace at 6 in the evening. The thing inside the ring screamed less than the locket and more than the diadem. The slag went into the 4th pewter box. The diary, which Pettigrew had said was in Lucius Malfoy's possession, did not come out of Malfoy Manor. The bank had given Lord Malfoy a courtesy, in the form of a letter, on the morning Pettigrew had named him. The letter had been signed by the High Master. The letter had explained, in the dry sentences of bank business, that the bank had reason to believe Lord Malfoy was, perhaps without his knowledge, in possession of an article that the bank wished to recover at his convenience. The article was described in such terms that Lord Malfoy could be in no doubt of what was meant. The letter had concluded with the offer of a personal visit by a senior officer of the bank, at any hour Lord Malfoy preferred, to accept the article from his own hand without further unpleasantness. Lord Malfoy, who was many things but was not a fool, had read the letter and had set aside the morning. He had, in his own study, in the company of his pale and silent son, opened the small drawer in which the article had been kept since 1981, and had wrapped it in a clean cloth, and had handed it personally to the bank's senior officer, who had arrived at 10:30 in plain traveling clothes and an apologetic manner. The article had gone, in its cloth, into the lead-lined sack. The senior officer had bowed once. He had departed. Lord Malfoy had stood at his study window for some minutes after, and had said to his son, who was 11 and had not yet understood the full of what had happened, "Draco, we have, this morning, paid a small price to avoid a much larger one. You will, when you are older, understand which prices are worth paying." This was one. Draco had nodded. He would not, have a reply for some weeks. The diary went into the furnace at 7. The thing inside the diary screamed for the longest of any of them, 53 seconds, with a voice that had carried, in life, the trick of charming first years. The slag went into the 5th pewter box. 5 out of 6. The snake remained. The 7th remained. The 7th, which lived in Harry's forehead, would be taken with the body. The snake would be taken with the body. The body, by the bank's careful planning over the previous fortnight, would be drawn into the open by a single small piece of bait, and the bait was Harry himself. The trap was set for a graveyard in Little Hangleton, 8 days after the Tuesday of the Cup. The graveyard had been chosen by the bank, not by Voldemort, although Voldemort would believe he had chosen it. The bank had spent 3 weeks shaping the conditions under which the resurrection ritual that the bank specialists had reconstructed from Pettigrew's testimony would be performed. The conditions required a high place of ancestral significance to the wizard being resurrected. The Riddle family graveyard fit. The conditions required bone of the father, willingly given, which would be Tom Riddle Sr.'s bone, in the ground beneath the largest stone. The conditions required flesh of a servant, willingly given, which Pettigrew was no longer in a position to provide and which would be improvised, by Voldemort's accelerated planning, with a different servant. The conditions required blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The bank's plan was to provide a blood that was, in seeming, Harry's, and was, in fact, a goblin counterfeit drawn from a vial Harry had filled himself, 3 days before, in Bonecast's rune room, with the small additions that the goblin alchemists had taught their fathers in the war the goblins did not name. The blood would obey, when used in the ritual. The body that came out of the ritual would be a body. It would also be, in a way that Voldemort could not have anticipated, a body that the bank had, in advance, arranged to be. The bank had to draw Voldemort to Little Hangleton. The bank's instrument for the drawing was Barty Crouch Jr., who had been the unknown of the colonnade and who had not, at the colonnade, gone with Harry's group, and who had since been positioned, by the bank's careful work, as the servant Voldemort would, in his hurry, accept. Barty Crouch Jr. had not realized he was being positioned. Barty Crouch Jr. had thought, with the quick wit of his line, that he had escaped notice in the colonnade and had then, by his own initiative, made contact with his master. The contact had been made through a chain of go-betweens that the bank had, on the principle that a chain made entirely of go-betweens could be the bank's chain if the bank arrived at it first, replaced 6 weeks before. Every link in the chain, by the morning of the 8th day, was the bank's. Voldemort, in his small house in Albania, did not know this. Voldemort had received, through the chain, an offer of accelerated resurrection. He had accepted. He had given Crouch the location. The location, on the bank's quiet adjustment, was Little Hangleton. The night was warm. The graveyard was lit only by a low moon and by the small precise fire that Crouch had built on the pyre at the center of the working circle. Harry stood at the edge of the circle, in the place the bait was supposed to stand, with his hands tied loosely behind him, with the dark wand of his ancestor in his sleeve, and with the second wand, the practice yew, in his belt sheath as the visible. Sirius was not visible. Sirius was 30 paces away, behind a yew, with Stonemaul on his right and 3 of Stonemaul's warriors on his left, and with the small clear understanding that he was not to enter the working unless Harry's signal called him in. Bonecast was not visible. Bonecast was on the high ground beyond the graveyard wall, at a folding desk on which his runes were already laid, with a team of 3 of his curse breakers, watching the ritual through a goblin glass that read magical signatures and magical leaks. Bonecast's job was the snake. The ritual began. Crouch performed it with the small careful precision of a man whose father had been a Wisengamot judge and who had inherited, despite himself, the habit of doing legal things correctly. The bone came up out of the ground at the appropriate hour. Crouch took, with a brief private wince that he did not let his master see, the flesh of his own left hand. The blood came out of the vial that Crouch had not been allowed to draw himself, that Voldemort had given to him in advance from the bank's prepared store, that Voldemort had not yet recognized as the bank's. The cauldron, which had been stewing all of the previous half-hour, took the 3 offerings, and the smoke that rose from the cauldron rose in the long thin column that the wizards of the Lestrange line had described, in family books, as the column of return. The thing in the cauldron grew. It grew in stages. It grew into a body. The body was the body of a tall man, pale, hairless, with eyes the color of a bad red wine and the long thin nostrils that several thousand wizards had spent their lives trying to forget. The body stood, for the first time in 12 years, on its own legs. The body did not, on rising, look at Crouch, who had thrown it a robe and was kneeling. The body looked at Harry. "You," said the body, "have been busy." "I have," said Harry. "You have killed Dolohov." "I have." "You have caught Pettigrew." "I have." "I have also taken your diary, your cup, your ring, your locket, and your diadem, in that order. They are slag in 5 pewter boxes in a vault under London. Your snake is, at this moment, in the magical glass of a goblin specialist on the high ground behind the graveyard wall, who has by now finished separating it from your line. Your 7th, which is the piece of you and me, is the only one you have left." The body considered this. The body did not move for a count of 5. Then the body laughed. It was not the laugh that had killed Lily Potter. That laugh had been the laugh of a man who had thought he was about to win. This laugh was the laugh of a man who had just understood that the boy in front of him had taken the long way around to a destination the man had not yet identified, and that the destination was, as the laugh resolved itself, the place where the man had been standing all along. "You are," said Voldemort, "much improved on the report. I have had teachers. Goblins. And a portrait. A portrait. My ancestors. He sends his greetings." The body did not laugh a second time. "Boy. The 7th, as you call it, is mine. I shall reclaim it. The reclaiming of it will not be pleasant for you. I shall not bother you with what happens after. You will not reclaim the 7th. I shall. You will not, my lord. The 7th will be cut out of me, by a goblin draw knife, by a man who has been training me to permit it for 2.5 years, while I am held inside a circle of 17 runes that has been laid for the procedure. The cutting was, in fact, performed at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is already done. The pewter box for the 7th is already labeled. The slag of the fragment is already cooling. You have, in this graveyard, no anchor in this world other than the body you are standing in, which you have just made out of bones and flesh and a counterfeit blood that the bank prepared for you. The body, my lord, is not an anchor. The body is a mortal frame. You will die in it tonight. You will die in it permanently. The body went still in a way that Harry had been waiting 2.5 years to see. The body was, Harry understood, very angry. It was also, beneath the anger, beginning to be afraid. Harry had read, in the grimoire, in the small chapter on the close of long enmities, that the anger was a thing one waited out and the fear was a thing one used. He waited out the anger. The anger expressed itself in the form of a curse. The curse was the killing one. Harry had practiced, against this exact curse, in the chamber, with Stonewall throwing it at him in stunner form 3 times a day for 6 months. Harry, in the moment, did the small precise thing he had been taught. He stepped out of the line of it. He raised the dark wand. He cast the counter-strike Bonecast had taught him, which was not a single curse but a pair of them, woven, the first of which would, if it landed, anchor the opposing wizard in place for the time it took him to draw a breath, and the second of which would, in the breath, drink the magic of the wand the opposing wizard was holding. Voldemort, who had risen from the cauldron without his old yew wand because the wand was somewhere in a Surrey ditch where Pettigrew had dropped it 12 years before, was holding the wand of Lord Lestrange, which Crouch had thoughtfully provided. The wand was an old Lestrange wand. It was a strong wand. It was not Voldemort's. The drinking, when Bonecast's pair of curses landed, was therefore far more destructive than it would otherwise have been. The drinking went all the way through the wand and out the other side, and the wand, in Voldemort's hand, went grey and crumbled, and Voldemort, anchored for the long second in which all of this happened, could not reach for a backup because there was no backup in the body that had just been made. He spat. He came forward. He came forward with his hands. He had not, in many years, fought with his hands. He came forward because his hands were the only thing he had left. Harry did not retreat. He had been told, many times, by Stonewall, that retreat against a hand fight was a thing one did when one was a wizard out of practice. Harry was a wizard who had been practicing hands for 8 years. He stepped into the rush. He used Voldemort's own forward weight against him. He took the long arm at the wrist and turned, and the body, which had been only 20 minutes old, did not have the muscle to resist a turn made with the small precision Stonewall had been teaching. The body went down on the stone of the graveyard. Harry, kneeling, with the dark wand at the body's chest, said, in a voice he had practiced for a long time, the closing word. The closing word, on a body that no longer had any anchor in this world, did the work that the closing word was made to do. The body did not sag. The body did not breathe out. The body simply stopped. The eye that had been the color of a bad red wine became, very quickly, the color of an empty eye. The fingers, which had been reaching for Harry's throat, fell open. The robe lay still. Harry stood. He stood up off his knees, and he stepped back, and he looked at the body. He had killed twice now, and he had killed cleanly twice, and the small thing in his stomach that had been waiting to feel the weight of the doing of it did not, this time, feel nothing. It felt something. The something was small, and it was clean, and it was not regret. It was, as he stood there, the very precise feeling of a long old enmity having at last been closed by a hand that had taken pains with the closing. It was, in his own private reckoning, a kind of peace. Sirius came out from behind the yew. Sirius did not run. Sirius walked. When Sirius reached Harry, Sirius put both hands on Harry's shoulders, and Sirius did not speak, and Harry, who had decided in advance that he would not speak first, put his arms around Sirius and held on for the count of 7, which was the family count, the goblin count, the Count Andromeda had taught him on the day of the Wizengamot. "It is done," said Sirius. "It is. All of it. All of it." Stonewall came down from the wall. Bonecast came down from the high ground with the goblin glass under one arm, the snake's signature glowing faintly in it the way a candle glowed in a paper bag. The snake, in life, had been at the foot of the hill in Albania. The snake, in death, was a thin trail of magic in the goblin glass that would, by morning, be in the 6th pewter box on Bonecast's desk. Crouch, who had not moved during the last 2 minutes, was on his knees at the cauldron, weeping, in the small undignified way of a man who had at last been forced to see what he had been giving his life to. The bank's officers took him gently. They led him to the wall. They walked him out of the graveyard in the direction of a portkey post that the bank had placed 2 miles down the road that morning. He would, by midnight, be in a holding cell of his own. The body stayed where it was. The bank's protocol, for bodies of dark wizards killed in actions on goblin business, was to leave them where they fell, with a goblin sigil burned into the stone at their feet that no Death Eater of any standing would dare to disturb, and to inform the British Aurors at first light of the location. The Aurors would come. The Aurors would take the body. The Aurors would, before noon, have the news on every wireless in Britain. Harry, before he left the graveyard, walked over to the body once more. He looked at it. He said, in a voice that he wished to be the voice of a child of his line, but which came out as a voice that was no longer, by any honest measure, a child's, "Mum. Dad. He is finished." The graveyard did not answer. Graveyards did not. But the air, in the small clear way air does in moments like these, moved a fraction over Harry's face, the way a hand might brush against a forehead that had been waiting a long time to be brushed. Harry stood there a half-second longer. Then he turned and walked out of the graveyard, with Sirius beside him, and Stonewall a half-step behind, and Bonecast a half-step behind that. They went home. In the days that followed, the wizarding world of Britain learned, in 3 stages, that the dark wizard who had been the great fear of his country for 40 years was permanently dead. The first stage was the announcement, by the Auror office, that a body matching the description of the wizard had been recovered in a graveyard in Little Hangleton, with no further details. The second stage, 8 hours later, was the publication, by the bank, of a brief statement that confirmed, with the bank's usual dryness, that the wizard had been killed in a self-defensive action by a young client of the bank, and that the bank had, in addition, completed the destruction of 7 items the bank's curse breakers had identified, in the preceding weeks, as the wizard's anchors. The third stage, 24 hours later, was the announcement, by the Wizengamot, in extraordinary session, of a vote of public thanks to the heir of Merlin and to the Goblin Nation for what the chairman of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore, in his closing remarks, called a decisive intervention in a matter the ministry of this country had been unable, for many years, to bring to the close it deserved. Cornelius Fudge resigned the next morning. He would, in the months that followed, be replaced by a coalition government of the Wizengamot that was led, in practice, by Madame Bones, who had not been a minister before and who would, by the end of the decade, be the longest-serving and the most popular minister of the modern era. The new government's first piece of legislation was a law that required, in any future case of magical guardianship, the consent of the Goblin Nation as well as the ministry, and was named, by its sponsors, the Potter Law. The law passed by a margin of 217 to 4. The 4 were Lucius Malfoy and 3 of his men. None of them spoke against the law in the chamber. They voted against it without giving their reasons. The next day Lucius Malfoy was found, by his butler, sitting in his study with a glass of wine and a long letter to his son, and by the end of the week the long letter had been read aloud in 2 private parlors and had begun to be spoken of, in the right circles, as the careful retirement that Lucius had always understood, in his own thinking, would be the end of his political life. Albus Dumbledore wrote a final letter. The letter was not addressed to Harry. The letter was addressed to the High Master of the London branch of Gringotts. The letter said, in 3 short paragraphs, that the Chief Warlock had decided to retire from the Wizengamot at the end of the year, that the Chief Warlock would remain headmaster of Hogwarts for as long as the Board of Governors would have him, and that the Chief Warlock wished to record, for the bank's archives, his thanks to the Goblin Nation for the patience with which it had, on more than one occasion, declined to do the things the Chief Warlock had, in his impatience, asked it to do. Ragnarok read the letter. He folded it. He placed it in the drawer of his desk that contained, by tradition, the letters of the small number of wizards who, in the long history of the bank, had left the public service of the country in which the bank stood. He sat for some minutes after, with his hands folded on the desk in front of him. Then he went out into the great hall and walked, slowly, the length of the public floor, and the goblin clerks at the counters, who had heard about the letter through the small fast channels that goblin clerks used, looked up as he passed, and not one of them spoke, and the silence of their not speaking was, in its own way, the bank's verdict on a long correspondence with a man who had at last been honest. Harry, who had slept for 2 days after the graveyard, woke on the third morning to the smell of toast and the sound of Sirius arguing with a kettle. He sat up. He swung his legs off the bed. He put on the dark robe that Tonks had bought him in Diagon Alley the week before, in a color she had insisted suited his complexion. He walked out into the parlor. Sirius, at the kettle, looked over his shoulder. "Pup. Sirius. You hungry?" "Yes." "Sit. I shall feed you. Then we have a piece of correspondence to compose. Tonks is coming by at 11. Aunt Andromeda is coming at 2. Dinner is at the Tonkses on Sunday. You are taking Saturday off because you have killed a Dark Lord and have earned a Saturday." Harry laughed. The laugh, which had been a strange thing on his mouth 7 years before, had become a familiar thing on it now. "What correspondence?" "The one to Albus." "Ah. You don't have to." "I shall." "All right." He sat down at the table. He took up a piece of paper. He looked at the paper for a long minute. He considered, for that minute, all of the things he could say to a man who had, in his own way, made the boy in the cupboard and who had, in his own way, gone on to acknowledge the making and to step aside from any further claim on what he had made. He considered the kindness of a card in a drawer of an antechamber. He considered the small precise bow of a chief warlock in a chamber in a city that had been the city of his enemies. He considered the closing line of the letter in Ragnarok's drawer. He wrote 4 sentences. The first sentence said, "Headmaster." The second sentence said, "I accept the apology you wrote me on a card 4 years ago, which I have carried in my pocket since the day I read it." The third sentence said, "I shall not visit your tower. Time has taken us past visiting." The fourth sentence said, "I wish you, in your remaining years, the small private peace that I have, very late, found in mine." He signed it. He folded it. He sealed it with a drop of black wax that Bonecast had taught him to mix from the bank's standard formula. He gave it to the goblin owl that arrived on the windowsill at 9:15. The owl took it. The owl flew north. In the tower, that evening, Albus Dumbledore read it. He read it twice. Then he laid it on the small framed photograph on his desk, which contained the boy with green eyes who had been his student, and he sat for a long time at the desk, in the light of one candle, with his hands folded over the photograph and the letter, and he did not, at any point during the sitting, put either of them away. In London, that evening, Harry stood at the window of the small parlour at the bank, with Sirius at his elbow and Tonks on the rug at his feet making faces at his cousin Andromeda's old cat, and he watched the lights of Diagon Alley come on, one by one, the way lights had come on in the alley on the first night he had walked it. He had not, that first night, known where he was. He had been a small boy in a torn shirt with a buckle wound at his back and the duck-shaped tea-stain of a Surrey hallway carpet still in his head as the only thing that had ever belonged to him. He had walked into a hall whose ceiling he could not see, and a goblin had asked his name, and a quill had stopped in a place where quills did not stop, and he had been shown a door under London that nobody had been able to open in 1,000 years, and the door had read his blood and had let him in, and the hall behind it had been warm, and a portrait of a man older than the kingdom had spoken to him as a child, and the child, at the request of the portrait, had taken up the work that had been waiting for him. The work was not done. There would be other dark wizards. There would be other graveyards. There would be, in the years to come, more things to learn, more wands to master, more lessons in the chamber, more meetings at the Wisengamot, more dinners at the Tonkses, more letters to old men in towers, more boys named Draco taking, in their own time, the small or the large prices of their father's choices. It was not done. It was, on this evening, a thing he could leave a little while. Sirius's hand came to rest on his shoulder, the count of 7, the family count. Pup. Sirius. You all right? Yes. Tell me later if not. I shall. The lights of Diagon Alley, having come on, stayed on. The sky over London, which had been a grey London sky for 3 days, opened in one small place to show a single early star. Tonks, on the rug, said something obscene at the cat. The cat ignored her with the ancient and considered ignoring of a cat who had outlived 4 governments. In the High Master's office 2 floors above, Ragnarok, who did not allow himself many small celebrations, allowed himself, on this evening, a single small one. He took down, from a high shelf, a bottle of the old goblin spirit, and he poured himself a small measure, and he raised it, in the privacy of his own office, to a small picture frame on his desk. The picture frame contained no picture. It contained, on goblin parchment, in goblin shorthand, a single line in the hand of a goblin who had died 900 years before. The line read, in translation, "We will know him when he comes." The bank, in its long counting, had known him. The bank, in its long patience, had waited. The bank, in this last year, had spent some of the long patience and had earned, in the spending, a ledger entry that no living goblin had ever expected to write. Ragnarok drank. In the parlor below, Harry watched a single early star with his godfather's hand on his shoulder and his cousin on the rug, and he thought, in the small clean way he had been learning to think, that the evening was, by his own accounting, his. He had taken his seat. He had taken his name. He had taken the closing of his old enemy. He had taken, at last, the small private piece that the portrait of Merlin had told him, in the vault under London on the night of his arrival, would in time be available to him if he was patient. He had been patient. He would be, in the years to come, patient again. He would be, in the years to come, many things. He would be, in the small private way of his own life, an heir who had, at last, in his own estimation, earned the title. He turned from the window. He sat down on the rug beside Tonks. The cat, after a moment of consideration, came over and lay across his ankles. Sirius, with the small fond noise that men made in such moments, brought tea. The night went on. The star did not go out. The bank's lights stayed on. The boy who had once been a boy in a cupboard sat with his family on a rug in a parlor above a hall whose ceiling he had, as a child of 5, been unable to see, and he drank his tea, and the tea was warm, and the parlor was warm, and the warm had, in a way that he had not expected and had at last permitted, become his. In the days after the bank's announcement, the international response arrived in 3 slow waves. The first was a message of formal congratulation from the goblin nation of Iberia, hand-delivered to Ragnarok by the Spanish ambassador whose dinner Harry had, all those years before, interrupted. The ambassador wore the same red cloak. He inclined the same fraction of his head, and he said, in his careful English, "High Master, on behalf of my people, I bring our compliments to your house and our request that you convey them, when convenient, to the young lord at whose first appearance I had the honor to be standing in this very office." Ragnarok, who had been waiting to see whether Iberia would speak first or whether one of the smaller nations would beat it to the courtesy, replied with the formal acknowledgment, and then, when the formal acknowledgment was done, he set down his glass and said, in the goblin tongue, "Thank you, old friend. I had hoped it would be you." The ambassador, who had hoped the same thing for the same reasons, did not need to answer. The second wave arrived 3 days later. It came from a goblin chief in the Carpathians who had not, in 80 years, sent a courier to London. The courier brought a single token, a small black coin minted in a foundry that had not been operational since the 15th century, and a letter that consisted of 1 sentence in goblin shorthand. The sentence read, in translation, "We will, in the matter you raise, agree." The matter Ragnarok had raised was the matter of a treaty among the goblin nations regarding the management of dark wizards in the lands of all of them. Ragnarok had raised it 8 months before. It had not, in 8 months, received an answer. The Carpathian answer, with the coin, was the seventh and last of the answers required. The third wave arrived a week later, in the form of a small envelope from a man Harry had not previously met, signed only with a single rune that the bank's archivists identified, after several hours of cross-checking, as the personal mark of the head of the Council of Vampires of Eastern Europe. The note inside contained one line: "When you wish to speak, we shall come." The bank filed the note with the small precision the bank reserved for letters whose senders meant exactly what they wrote. Ragnarok did not, in the next week, speak. The bank had work to finish before that conversation. The conversation would be had in its own time. In the chamber, on the morning of the fifth day after the graveyard, Stonewall came to find Harry. He brought, in his hands, a long thin object wrapped in a black cloth. He set the object on the practice table without a word. He gestured, with the small economy he had always used in this room, that Harry was to unwrap it. Harry unwrapped it. It was a sword. It was not a wizard's sword. It was a goblin pattern. The blade was the color of the wand's silver band, polished without ornament, with a long fuller running half its length and a single small mark at the base that, when Harry tilted the blade in the light, resolved itself into a goblin sigil that he had been taught to recognize. "Heir," said Stonewall. "Master. It is yours. It is mine. It was made yesterday. It was made by a smith in Sheffield who has not made a wizard a sword in his lifetime, on my recommendation, in the only forge in this country that knows the work. It will not be carried at your hip in the alley. It will not be drawn in the chamber against me. It will hang on the wall of your house, and on the days when you require it, you will know what it is for and you will take it down. The sigil at the base of the blade is mine. I have given my mark to 7 swords in my life. None has been a wizard's. This is the 8th. Thank you, master. Do not thank me, Heir. The sword does the work. I only mark it." Harry inclined his head, the goblin half-bow he had learned in his second month in the bank. Stonewall returned it. The exchange was a short one. It was also, by the standards of the chamber, a substantial one. Stonewall left. Harry stayed in the chamber for some time after, with the sword on the table in front of him, and he did not draw it. He looked at it. He understood, with the small clean precision he had been learning for 7 years, that the day of its drawing would be a day later in his life, and that the marking of it now was the small careful warning of an old teacher who had decided his pupil was old enough to know that such days came. He wrapped the sword again. He took it home. He hung it on the wall of the parlor. Sirius, when he saw it, did not ask. Sirius understood, with the small careful intuition that had been growing in him since Azkaban, that some objects in a wizard's house did not require explanation and were better off not receiving one. Chapter 7 End.